up, nerds?
Lots more books than before.
Yeah, I moved. Way bigger, nicer place. So I'm excited.
Cool. Congratulations.
Yeah. How you guys doing?
Can't complain.
Did you need a bigger place for your family?
Yeah. Honestly, the fact that like I didn't really have like a place to make videos, that was like a dedicated room, and I was kind of like sharing. Like my son slept in it, and it was really hard whenever I debated or streamed or did anything, where he had to like sleep in, I don't know, our bed. So it was.
Oh no, that's how you train your son to debate. You should be
Exactly.
there right beside you.
Exactly. So yeah, we moved to now we're in a 3-bedroom. So
okay, all right. Well, I'm glad. Hopefully, it wasn't too hectic for you or your family.
not too bad.
Yeah, great.
How you guys doing?
But okay. So yeah, happy to have you all here. And happy to have Hunter back. He was busy for quite a bit. So
he was moving.
That's correct. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. But yeah, really happy to have you all. We're still waiting on a few others. But after that, we'll get started. But
so
waiting. Yeah, go ahead.
We've been talking a little bit about the AI bubble, right? As far as we see it. And the fact that AI, as it gets more advanced, it obviously hallucinates to a higher degree because, AIs are programmed to give a correct response even when they don't have one. And the types of questions that get asked are more sophisticated. Moore's law is kind of dead with it. And so, it requires more and more information to, and more data and more resources and power to try and maintain itself. It's, got $1 trillion invested in it, more than that, honestly, at this point, when you talk about all of these large AI systems. And, it should have failed already if it wasn't for socialism and the government being involved, or like Trump, owning 10% of Intel. Or, well, yeah, like government involvement, right, obviously disrupts the market tendency, right? If this was a purely free market, AI bubble would have already burst.
Yeah, and we wouldn't have the internet either. True.
No, we'd have the internet, and it'd be better, and you know that.
Okay.
Right? So we're in this unfortunate situation where large giant corporations and investors are invested into AI more because they know the government's going to protect it. They know it's at this too big to fail kind of situation, despite the fact that we're not getting deliverables. But my chat, knowing all of that, I think we have solved
your AI generated
this problem. No. These are all real people, right? AI is not this cringe. Sure. AI is not this cringe or autistic as my chat is. Okay, we have solved this. Okay, because what we know is that the future of AI is small LLMs towards targeted systems, right? We know that AI does an amazing job, for example, at detecting cancer and mammograms better than humans because it's a small system that is designed for a small task. It hallucinates way less often. It's not like it actually has access to all the information it gives you, as opposed to like AI where it pretends to have access to the entire internet, but in reality it's just doing word association and jumping around and hallucinating. And so what we're going to do, right, is we have to have local LLM wallets for all of these dumb white women that want AI boyfriends. And what we're saying is that these AI boyfriends that are localized to the sex bot are going to be so fucking good that they will be able to manage the emotional needs of women in a way that no large LLM or anything else is. And this is how we're going to save the AI industry, is with selling to Karens these localized LLM robots. Who's with me? Where are my investors at? Okay, boys, this is going to be profitable. This is going to be revolutionary. Okay, this is going to save AI. All we have to do is get a bunch of sad white women to buy this, and we know that they will. Who's with me?
Okay, hold on. I have a couple.
I'm pretty sure the AI boyfriends are going to, or rather, the AI girlfriends for men is going to be a bigger market than the AI boyfriends, I imagine.
The data. Weirdly enough, if I did not look at the data, I would 100% agree with you. For whatever fucking reason, the data seems to show that women, way more than men, spend large amounts of their time and use AI boyfriends in a way that boys don't.
Okay, I can understand.
Real quick, Scott, your gain's peaking a little bit, just so you know.
A little bit.
Oh yeah,
a little bit. Not too bad.
I can see that for, let's say, the text-based.
Is that better? Is that better?
I think so.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. But
you got to shout for us to find out how bad your game is.
The men are waiting until you have the AI combined with the robots and
the sex bots. Yes.
Right, but you maybe right, and it could be a less sophisticated AI. Let's be honest, right? The men don't need a lot going on up there. The girls, they need someone that listens and gives empathetic responses and understands and supports them. Men just need oh, you're talking again, blowjob mode activated, and they'll probably be okay.
Hold on. I have a couple, whatever. I'm not going to delve deep into the blowjob mode of the AI robots. But I do. You did say,
is that because you're not very well endowed? It's only going to go a couple inches in.
Do you prefer
the
blowjob mode?
Because we're all using the blowjob mode. Are you just saying that you don't have the equipment to delve deep into blowjob mode?
You said if it's an AI one, I probably would, because it's just
Actually, I don't know.
It'll just the same thing. It's gonna be the same thing. Yeah. It's gonna be the same thing. They're just gonna it's gonna be crafted. No teeth.
I don't know.
Well, the teeth, it's like a crab trap, right? The teeth will just move backwards and point inwards. Blowjob mode can go in, but if you've done anything wrong to the police, blowjob mode, you can't go out. You're just stuck there. Once the CIA takes over the blowjob mode, we will have criminals caught by blowjob mode. It goes in, but it doesn't come out until the police arrive. If
you haven't done any crimes, you got nothing to worry about.
If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about.
Hell yeah. I have a question. You said that as LLMs get more and more sophisticated, they're going to hallucinate more.
We're already seeing this, and OpenAI's research already suggests that 03, 04, and 05
more.
Yes, that errors and hallucinations occur at a higher rate as they get more advanced.
Why wouldn't the metric for advancement be fewer hallucinations? What metric are they using for sophistication?
As they get more powerful, and as they scale, right? And we have more data centers, we have more processing, as they think deeper, if you will, right? Because they're designed to give you an appropriate answer and they go through more data, they have more iterances where they can hallucinate something, right?
It doesn't feel like, okay, sure.
But the end result is a hallucination more often when you go through 100 pieces of data as opposed to 10 pieces of data. And so the output that you get is more often a hallucination than in previous models.
I don't know much about AI, but that does feel like when you're cranking up the sample size, it makes sense that it's going to hallucinate less and less. What I will say,
but the end result is less accurate information.
That's
more confident.
I would have to look at some studies, but I do know the math nerd in me knows that the most recent iterations of ChatGPT has been focused on Hilbert questions, and they've been able to solve a couple questions that no mathematician has been able to solve, and only the latest editions of ChatGPT has been able to accomplish that. They haven't been hallucinating a lot of
this entire topic was designed to be a meme about Karen chat boyfriends.
Sorry. Okay, that's all right. That's on me.
But also, the information that I am stating is correct and is being reported on even by OpenAI.
So which one is it?
Because it's both, right? It's the
you're not right according to AI. I just grokked it. So
okay, just look up the fucking articles, right? That describe it. Do some reading like you used to do back in college. I can send you. There's a New York Times one. Is one I'll send you, right?
Oh,
there's a bunch of other ones, but
you trust the New York Times?
No, I'm giving this one to Hunter Kozak because he probably trusts the New York Times.
What the fuck? Yeah, I do. What fucking?
Of course you do.
There are I looked up New York Times LLMs and there were 20 articles that came up. What the fuck? Can you send them to me? I would love to read them.
Please send it to
There you go. I'm putting it in the chat right now.
Beautiful. Thank you.
The title from the New York Times is AI hallucinations are getting worse even as new systems become more powerful. Okay. Is the title.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
And quote, even the companies don't know why, but they do. But it's a sensational article.
Okay.
Some degree. It's just one of many.
From the New York
reporting on
Times? Sensationalism in my newspapers.
I can't read without a subscription.
I can gift you the article if you yeah, I'll gift you the article.
Yeah, bitch doesn't have a subscription. Loser.
Neither do I. I just use Brave, so it automatically puts it in read mode, and I just read the article.
I would never admit to crime
I
on
get
the
access
internet.
to all this shit anyway.
I would admit to crimes on the internet all the time.
Let me know if that
Sue me,
works.
please. I want the New York Times to sue me for stealing their article by using Brave browser, and then I can have Brave openly defend me, and I will just become super famous as a libertarian and make a fuck ton of money. Please target me and make my audience grow astronomically by being the guy that took on the New York Times alongside Brave. Please sue me for stealing this one article.
Is this interesting? Like, is this? I don't know.
I mean, yeah, it does. Well, I always haven't finished reading it, but the first 2 paragraphs make.
No, not the article. I'm saying just like we all know that the reason why they wouldn't sue them is because it's a bad optics, and they're a company that cares about their optics. It's the reason why like Disney really backed off on their like monopolistic tendencies because people don't like that shit, and they want an optics to. They have an aesthetic to maintain.
Backed off on monopolistic tendencies.
Specifically when it comes to, hold on, what was I thinking of? There's
a movie that was made at Disney parks, and like it was like some film student, and he filmed it all secretly at like Disney World, and it was like some bad horror movie, and he thought that he was going to make a ton of money by being famous because Disney would like sue him. And like they caught wind of it, and they were just like, "Yeah, whatever," and they just let him have all of the footage at like Disney World, and so therefore the movie just horrifically flopped because it was like the one time Disney didn't sue anybody for this, so like he didn't get any of the fame or glory from being sued by Disney, and it like completely backfired against him. And I love that story, even though fuck Disney, it's still a funny fucking story.
Well, yeah. I'd love to see that article when Hunter has it ready, because that's super interesting. I'll look into this.
What's up?
Oh yeah, sure. You were
hard dicks and helicopters.
Oh, I just think that they're a lot less like litigious.
Well, 2 things going up. Is that what you're gonna say, Scott?
That's the wrong.
Yeah, he said, "What's up?" I said, "Hard dicks and helicopters." They're both up, buddy.
Sorry.
It's an old army joke.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. So Hunter, yeah, you said you were gonna send us something when you have an article or something about.
Did I?
Sorry. Well, you said Disney. Is
my perception. Sorry, if I'm remembering, I feel like I'm gonna have to dig something up.
He's hallucinating like all the AIs do. True. My perception.
I feel like I remember seeing that they were a lot less litigious than they used to be like 10 years ago because the public opinion of them being so aggressive.
Okay.
Really wasn't working out for them, but I'll look up if that's true. Maybe I
know something. I know like I know that like one of the things
right.
So there was this instance where Sony sued parents, right, because they had a Spider-Man grave for their 8-year-old son that died from leukemia, and they sued them for copyright infringement for using Spider-Man on their son's grave.
Oh,
and then they got a lot of really bad press. This was years and years ago.
Yeah.
And then they backed off on that. And then a bunch of corporate executives at Sony were like, "Hey man, in general, fucking run it by legal first, motherfucker, before you sue someone. Like every instance of IP infringement doesn't need to be litigated. Like we need groups of people to figure out if this is going to help us."
PR, not legal. Legal did it.
Right. Well, right, and that was like a thing, right, or PR or whatever. Like, so they changed the way they do IP infringement at Sony because of that specific case, to where basically they're like, unless we're gonna gain in suing in legal damages because they somebody makes a video game that does really well on Steam and it's like clearly a Spider-Man game, then we should sue, but like otherwise. Leave it fucking be because the public perception loses us more money than going after the IP.
100%.
Nintendo is like one of the biggest IP bullies. I want to put that out there. Nintendo is a disgusting IP.
Yeah, but they're Japanese, so they never get. You don't criticize the Japanese for some reason.
Well, so is Sony.
Yeah, but Nintendo is like, yes, agreed. I'm aware Sony is Japanese, right? There's a lot of companies that are Japanese. It was just making a joke about the fact that you have like these simps, these like these weeboo fucking simps for Nintendo that will come out of the woodwork the moment Nintendo does anything. But
like,
heaven forbid, fucking like Bundy do something, they'll fucking be on their ass.
So the thing that I mean, like, we've already discussed this, right? You and I are on a similar wavelength there on IP law, but even if you're not necessarily wanting to get rid of IP law, just like the bare reading of it says that, like, when anyone is infringing on your copyright, right, it's incumbent upon you to defend, right? Like, just that. Like that, sets the table for how they're going to interact with all of these things. And so, right, idiots who like can't think past those sentences, will do exactly this, right? So it's a natural.
Well, like you've seen this with like World of Warcraft private servers, right? Is like once they get to a certain point, the law essentially forces Blizzard to send a cease and desist order against a company's private server, because if they don't, then they're not defending their IP. So it's like the law actually if they want to maintain the copyright laws to Warcraft universe, they have to defend the copyright laws. And so they're forced legally by the US government and other governments to sue people that do private servers, even if they sort of kind of agree with them. And so it's like I fucking hate IP. I hate IP in every iteration, but
yeah,
true.
But context is king, I guess.
Is there any version of of IP that you would uphold or ban it altogether?
I mean, IP that is mutually voluntarily agreed to in contract, right? Which would not be IP but could be IP in effect. What does that mean? So like let's say IP didn't exist and I was an inventor. Right, I would recognize as like an economy, right, that a lot of people are going to lose the motivation to invent things if the mom and pop guy can't get paid for a really useful invention, right? Those flash of genius. So I would be perfectly okay with a company signing like a non-disclosure agreement and an agreement that if you pitch us an idea, we won't take your idea because we have it in contract writing that like you're pitching us an idea, and like you might have like a quote unquote a copyright business that like works for a company that like brings them 30 or 40 ideas.
But only if it's pitched. Only if it's pitched to them. Like if this person is just speculating, if like there's just some writings or whatever that someone found, like classic like Thomas Edison. I actually don't really know what happened with Thomas Edison, but I think that's often like the. I think that's what happened to him.
The rumors are that he was.
The rumors are that he did.
The rumor are that he stole a lot of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened. I would have to look that up. But
you're hallucinating.
Yeah, true. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, like
there's an example of that happening in mathematics where the way to I'm a math major. The way to solve the cubic function was like found by this one guy, and he just hid it in his drawer as a way to like hold on to his job. And someone just found it and stole the whole idea. That would be legal in your system, right?
Well, I mean, if they went into his drawer and stole his property,
but then he could just be charged for breaking and entering, and then he could still profit off the idea after serving for 6 months.
The thing that you have to understand about a key concept of Austrian economic theory, right, is an understanding that value is subjective, right? So, how much is a gold bar worth? I can give you a market price for the weight of gold and how much it's worth, right? And like we could determine what a 24 karat bar of gold is worth. But if you're in the desert and I give you the choice between a bottle of water or a gold bar, and you're going to die unless you get that bottle of water, well, then that bottle of water is worth more. Don't rub your eyes. It's okay.
I feel like this is Econ 101. I totally understand this.
Right, but I have to also do this to the benefit of the audience, right? Okay. So I don't look like an idiot, right? So in that moment, if value is subjective, we could apply that same rationale to a piece of paper that you stole that has $1 million idea on it, right? If you're stealing property that then allows a business to make $1 million, then obviously the value of that isn't the paper.
It's
the
not $1
value
million,
is the effort. If they turn it into a business and then sell it for $1 million,
but they
it's
don't.
$1 million.
It's the answer to the cubic question. All they get is like prestige, really. It was a hugely influential.
Prestige has right. I'm giving.
But there's no way to like really clamp down on like how much actually that
value is subjective, right?
So
like
how do you how in your perfect society do you?
I don't argue for a perfect society. Like well, because theft is wrong, and then
in your ideal construction of a society, even though people won't be perfect in that society, how would you disincentivize that behavior?
Because it's illegal to steal, and if they steal,
but it's
stop interrupting. If they steal and value is subjective, then you have to have a court system that attempts to determine to the closest veracity of the claim what the value of that item is, and if it's something really prestigious, then it's probably something really valuable. And so the theft is going to be worth more than if you just stole a piece of paper because you wanted some notebook paper. Right? Like that is a calculated thing. And you're saying like, this is a problem we have today in law. Like this is a problem that I'm not saying is magically solved by my system, but is also not magically solved by the arbitrary nature of our current legal system. There are gray areas where the law says that the crime is minor, but the person that is a victim feels like the crime is much worse than it actually is.
For sure. But I think that there's really good criticisms that libertarians, including you, have about IP, specifically when it comes to like medicine. The fact that like, you know, it doesn't really get distributed in any sort of meaningful way because there's such aggressive IP when it comes.
I think medicine is actually like a double-edged sword with that one. I think that's the most difficult one to critique.
Sure,
the
because
anti-IP situation.
Because
how much innovation goes without that,
innovation totally because they're not allowed to profit off of it. So it's a hard question. I don't have an ideal system either when it comes to IP. I was just curious because I thought you were asserting one for yourself. But anyway.
No worries.
Good chat.
So wait, Hunter, are you disputing the article that Scott?
What article?
The New York Times.
I didn't fucking read. I'm not gonna read that right now.
I
read the whole thing right now, and then while I'm having a conversation, you thought I read that?
Well, I didn't read it like exactly.
Well, Corey can read and have a conversation at the same time.
I never said I can.
I'm not that good.
He has that expectation of you, man. If you have that skill,
but Corey will dip out of the conversation for 30 minutes to read an article and then fact check it and cross reference it, and then come back 30 minutes later, and then it's like, where's Corey been? He's been fact checking your claim, bro. Like, you know, we need all types. We need all types on the panel.
Of every panel.
I appreciate that Corey does that mid panel. So that, like, you know, people don't forget some bullshit claim that was made 30 minutes ago and it gets brought up.
I'm not going to do that.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, right.
But I appreciate that Corey's here.
But I'm not.
We have a resident fact checker, you know?
Especially about something that I don't really care about that much. Like,
you don't care about AI?
Can I ask a question?
This feels like...
This feels like... Scott, it's a question for you. So you can answer. This is the toughest thing that I struggle with IP because I think we talked about this before, and I think IP is like fundamentally, like philosophically unjustified. But the negative effects of like removing all of it, if bad enough, could be difficult. So with the medicine example that you brought up, let's say we were to abolish IP when it comes to pharmaceuticals, and then hypothetically, like because of a problem, just like a commons problem where, free riding people just want to jump on to, what's the purpose of innovating, spending money on innovating if I can't get any of the upside. New drug innovations fall by like 90% or 95%, some crazy amount. In that event, what do we do? That's the toughest question that I struggle with.
Yeah, like I agree with you. That was kind of what I was alluding to earlier. I think the numbers are less against me than people think when you actually dig into them. Okay. When you look at how much money is given to cancer research privately, right? It's a good chunk, especially like breast cancer. Like it's like somewhere I'd have to go. Corey can fact
the popular ones,
but it's like
thank you,
like
Prime. Thank you, Prime.
Yes, the popular ones because people pay for what they actually value, right? People value women more in our society than they do men. So prostate cancer gets less money than breast cancer because people feel bad for women and they don't really feel bad for men. Like that's just like the nature of reality, right?
Sure.
I'm not trying to rewrite reality.
Rare diseases are probably not.
Yeah, extremely rare diseases aren't very marketable because they affect an incredibly small portion of the population, whereas an incredibly common disease like obesity, right?
Or diabetes,
GLP-1s are going to get a lot of fucking money because they affect a lot of people. But in return, coming out with a drug that solves obesity versus solving a disease named after some German guy in 1932 that you've never heard of is going to have a much greater impact on benefit to society. And so I think the numbers are actually more on my side because of there is private money that goes into research. Number two, it is also a matter of what it is that we incentivize, right? So when we incentivize research currently under an IP system, sorry, I'll wait till you get your headphones back on. When we incentivize research under our current system, we massively incentivize drug treatments that may have side effects but manage the disease. That is what the pharmaceutical industry is incentivized towards in this. Whereas if you have a system where the most profit can be made from first to market advantage, then you have the exact opposite incentive, which is instead of incentivizing managing disease, we incentivize preventing disease, and we incentivize better health and actual health care, and we incentivize cures for diseases. Because the person that comes to market first with a cure gains prestige, gains additional private donations because they cured a disease, and they get that first to market advantage before other companies are able to reverse engineer their drug, go through the trials to make sure that the drug is actually correct, right? Like depends on the technology and the complexity of the drug. That's a question more for Corey. But I would imagine that it's going to take, when a new product hits and all of the people in the company have an NDA, so there aren't, leaked corporate secrets, that it could take anywhere from a couple of months to 6 months, maybe even a year, for other companies to be able to then reverse engineer and bring a product to market that works. And so I agree with you that, 57% of all drug, like novel drugs, are created in the United States. Now, part of that is because it's easier to get through things through the FDA. So pharmaceutical companies will buy patent pending things from like German labs and other places, and then they get created in the US, but like the hard research was done in Europe. It's just they would never be able to bring it to market in any meaningful time, right? But even still, that's still a giant amount. But also, over 25% of all drugs that are FDA approved get pulled from the market because they're dangerous. And the monopoly that we have, I think, has a lot of problems. And I think, getting rid of IP comes with different solutions and different problems, but also comes with benefits as well. And so I think it's radically different, but I don't think it's as like bad as people think it would be.
And I hope you're right on the empirical question, right? Because I sincerely have no love for the concept of IP. The question for me is just like what do we do if it turns out to be like massively inefficient? Because there's people who are arguing when they argue for IP. Now, some of them have their own interests, I'm sure, but they will argue like, strong like IP and intellectual property protections is like one of the hallmarks of American capitalism, one of the best things for innovation that we have here. And they will bring this point. Sure, yeah, and we can disagree, and God, I hope they're wrong, because the idea that somebody could like patent the concept of house, you gotta pay me a nickel every time, it's fucking crazy, right? No, it's bullshit. I definitely am opposed to it, again, from a philosophical perspective. But let's say I become dictator of America, at some point, hopefully, and I implement, patents gone, right? We're gonna get rid of all this dumb shit. Yeah, and then we saw this massive decline in like innovation and like production of different pharmaceuticals. I would be hard pressed to try to explain to like everybody, like, hey guys, we're just gonna have to deal with it.
It's actually worth it.
There is a general rule of thumb, right? And it's one of the hardest fucking things to defend capitalism and against socialism. And it's not perfect, right? This is just like a heuristic that I use. And what I use is I say, wait 8 years. That sounds crazy, but what you will see is every country where socialism is implemented to a large scale, you see an improvement in many measured metrics in like 6 to 8 years. And then you see the collapse of that fucking economy. And you go, well, what happened, right? And what happens is you have a country like Cuba, and they have horrific literacy rates, and then they steal a bunch of money to build a bunch of schools to get a bunch of kids educated, and then all of a sudden they go, look, the literacy rates went up, the job market went up, things are improving. And this is a kind of a problem, is that socialism is in many ways the quintessential government philosophy of high time preference thinking. It's how do we do things right now, as opposed to recognizing how things are improved or made worse in the long run. And so what I think often happens is you look at all these countries, and what happens after 6 to 8 years? Well, the innovators leave, people flee your country, productivity decreases, the desire to work hard and achieve great things, to move up in a hierarchical structure of capitalism goes away. And like all of a sudden, the bad incentive structures of a socialist economy begin to rot and destroy productivity and GDP, and the people that are the great innovators end up leaving or fleeing, and then they go, oh, this must be the US sanctions or some shit, right? They have to find some reason because socialism was working so well in the beginning. And it's like, it usually does work well in the beginning, honestly. If we're being genuinely honest about it, when you divert resources towards something that is a problem, that problem gets solved, and it has positive effects towards that specific problem, but there's deleterious effects of restructuring the economy in that way. And I think the reverse is also true with shock therapy. And I think the reverse is, although Javier Milei is doing a pretty good job, but he's doing it less shock therapy and more in like steps, right? And I think the reverse is often true. So I think if you abolished IP like overnight, I think you'd see a lot of economic problems. Right, I think you'd see a lot of companies lose a lot of money, the stock market do really poorly, innovation go way down. But I think the long-term effect, when the economy restructures based off of private property rights and liberty, and people create contracts, you're going to see things like insulin prices actually be the price that insulin prices should be. You're going to see medication normalize. You're going to see more people have access. You're going to see companies start to invent drugs based off of first to market advantage as opposed to disease management. And we're going to be less sick as a nation of people with more money and more productivity.
So, right. I'm going to say two things. First thing that this is a pretty strong belief that I have. I think that if we abolish IP, one, obviously the price of insulin will go to the roof or go to the floor, but any new drugs are going to be very difficult to they're going to be disincentivized to be produced. The second thing that I think is I'm a little bit worried about this philosophy of like acknowledging that a shock in the economy might be beneficial in the long term, but horrific in the short term. Because I think that I saw this insane poll recently. I can try to find it again. So sorry if I'm hallucinating again, Corey. But there was this poll that I saw that like people were saying that like the job shock that we're sort of experiencing right now is actually a good thing, and it is showing that it is going to lead to long-term economic benefits. And an economist that I follow was like, dude, this is the economic equivalent of like bloodletting. Like you are basically like this. It's this like
Scott,
theory.
Scott's for this. Sorry, am I mistaken, Scott?
I celebrate every job that is replaced by AI. Yeah, I just disagree. I disagree with I think that's a wonderful thing, and we should all celebrate when a job is replaced by AI. Nevertheless, I have a lot of problems with AI and the way that it's implemented, but I would disagree that the job shock that we're seeing is predominantly due to the displacement of jobs by AI, and that this is creative destruction, right, would be the term, right, where new jobs are going to be created in the opportunity. But I think more of it is the disastrous effects of, of investment restructuring because we're going to fucking war with Iran and we don't know what the fuck is going on with Venezuela and Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. And I think it's, bad policy of Trump tariffs and I think there are a lot of reasons that the job market is not growing, and it's not all AI is making labor more productive. I think a lot of it is the Trump administration is shit at its job. And that's another reason why that's happening. But yeah, if it is job displacement, fuck yeah, dude.
I'm actually 100% with you. There's a lot of really, people are like, if we just want a lot of jobs, why don't we just work with shovels or like work with spoons instead of shovels, right? Like the obvious.
Yeah, it's like a famous Milton Friedman thing.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. It was Friedman. Obviously the jobs should be replaced genuinely with AI, but that's one of the reasons.
To be fair to the communists,
real quick, Friedman is also in favor of a UBI.
Well, Friedman is first of all, Friedman is a fucking Friedmanite, not an ANCAP. Second of all, Friedman is in favor of UBI, not because he thinks UBI is good. He is in favor of UBI.
Of it replacing welfare? What?
Of it replacing welfare because it's a more efficient means of wealth redistribution because the government sucks at wealth redistribution.
I know. Wait, hold on. Of course, because
right, but he's not in favor of the welfare state. Right? Like he would eventually petition to get rid of UBI. The UBI is a placeholder
I don't know if
to get rid of TANF. That is absolutely the case.
Wait, hold on.
He has said this multiple times.
Okay. You're saying that Friedman is in favor of...
Well, was.
Sure.
Unless we're talking about David.
Because he's dead. I got it. Yeah. He was in favor of implementing UBI simply to replace the welfare state, which I agree with. But then essentially... I do. Wait, hold on. I would rather be in favor of UBI than welfare programs. Yeah. I think that they're way more economically viable.
Wait, are there people who disagree with
Friedman has discussed? Friedman has discussed. Yes,
I followed a lot of people who disagree with me on this. Yeah.
Like on the left or on the right?
Almost entirely
on the left. Oh, really? I feel like everyone on the left would be more okay with UBI over welfare. I don't see.
UBI has UBI. No, UBI. Here's the left argument against UBI, and it is somewhat fair, and it's the problem of welfare in general, right? Is that because it is not tied to things like food, stamps are tied to things, etc. What you find is increased overdoses at the first of the month. Why do you have increased overdoses at the first of the month?
Right.
It's because you get a bunch of money at the first of the month, and then you go spend it on drugs.
They're selling those food
and so the thing
anyway.
is so the people that are pro nanny state, if you will, are worried that giving people money will not incentivize growth in
the arguments
to like better their life.
I'm more free housing.
To clarify, the argument that I got and that I consistently get is that sometimes people need these programs, and that the amount they get from these programs is probably going to be a lot more than whatever the universal basic income is. Now, if you have like a high enough UBI, like eventually they might like concede to that, but at that point you have an UBI that's like very high because a lot of these people are getting crazy amounts of like welfare. So,
but welfare is housing.
Would housing be a better?
What are we talking about?
Would housing be a better option if we did like free housing?
Hold on.
I would not.
We already have a program like Section 8.
I can make the case very quickly, but like I don't want to spend too much time on this.
The projects.
I want to like start to move on. And I actually had so I had some questions I wanted to direct at Lagtwin, but Lagtwin and I have had this conversation before. Maybe he's forgotten about this.
He probably has,
but like,
Wait, what were we talking about?
What even?
No, the UBI thing, right? Like, I'd be in favor of a UBI. As long as we get to keep those other programs.
See
what
the
hell are we talking about?
Lord, this is the argument I get. See,
what are we?
No, this is exactly the argument that I
hear you. I hear you. Wait, hold on.
We have three different schools of thought because I'm all for free fucking housing. I don't think we should give anyone money. I think giving people money is the most ridiculous thing on earth. So like, I think I think at the end of the day, if you have a house to go back to with like water and electricity, that should be the baseline that you get.
And what do you do? What do you do if you don't have a house?
Somebody works for BlackRock.
Like what the fuck?
BlackRock going to get a lot of fucking money with Ali in charge.
Is that a BlackRock theory? Really?
they absolutely love government programs that they can sell houses to the government at inflated costs after they gobble up a bunch of fucking mom and pop
Why
houses.
is a fucking
then,
libertarian advocating for the issue with the housing market not being zoning and being a fucking corporation?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm not retarded and I can think two things.
It sounds like you are.
At the same time.
It is confusing.
I sound retarded because I recognize that there are multiple problems.
Ron really wants to.
No,
I don't know, man. I think
BlackRock is taking advantage of zoning regulations rather than being the issue with housing. Wait, hold on. I do want to say real quick. One of the most interesting things that I've read about is you'll see that at the very first of the month when EBT gets distributed, some grocery stores in like very low income areas will actually bump up their prices for like 3 or 4 days because a ton of people are going more to the store so they can like it like I do have a lot of issues with I do think it's pretty economically
I should do that.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you would do that. I was thinking in my head Lactoid would do that.
I'm thinking rent, food. I'm thinking all the staples.
If we talk about economic viability,
milk this government money. Yeah.
If we talk about economic viability, genuinely the people who are suffering the most are not the poorest people. It's the people who fall in the welfare cliffs where the Medicaid starts dropping off, but they don't have enough money to pay for it. So I'm all in favor of stripping programs and starting to get UBI.
No, that is a good point. UBI wipes out all welfare cliffs.
I don't know why that's the answer you
correct.
Came up with, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's the answer you just came up with, Hunter. But I'm gonna have to.
What do you mean?
We're gonna have to.
No, Hunter. Look,
right. Sorry, I'm Dave.
I can't. What do you mean you right now? Because then we're gonna have a huge fight here.
God, I want to have an economic argument so bad.
I know, and I do actually, and I think that'll be fun, right? Because like.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It's your show.
No problems. I'm just saying. No. I'm not like bigfooting anyone. I'm just saying that like I've had this argument with Lactoid and Scott before. And I'd like to also have a view as a liberal, right? And see like where you fall, because I'm sure that argument would like look differently there.
Yeah, I would definitely probably advocate for very different policies than Lactoid and Scott would.
Yeah. But I think on this issue, it seems like there's still a difference between you and I, and I think that the reasons why it might be pretty interesting. But in any case,
but as of right now, we're all pro UBI if it replaces our current welfare system.
Well,
so like,
I'm in favor of UBI regardless.
I said all as in myself, Lactoid, and Hunter. Like the liberal and the libertarians are in agreement here.
Okay,
I'm in favor.
Only the leftists that disagree.
Damn right.
But I would also say that universal health.
The leftists.
Yeah, you can't have welfare redistribution in a market to the leftists. It's got to be fully state centralized Stalinism. How dare you just give people
who needs money? Why? How are you going to have money
when the government can just own everything? Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah. If there's no state and there's no money, then how can the state give money? It doesn't make any sense.
It's the core tenet of communism. Is moneyless society.
Everyone gets credits.
I actually
credits.
It's just reinventing money.
So more credits. That's pretty.
We're not calling it dollars anymore.
But no. So I had questions, right? But like we went into a different direction here, and so I'm not going to be able to get to all of them. I'm going to add all of them directed towards Lactoid, but we're not going to have time. I'll save one for like next week. It's not super important, but like I'm going to rant on it. So I'll give you one question, then the other, and the second one is like generally related to the topic, so we can like transition from there.
7 inches. Next question.
Respectable.
That's it?
Honestly, you know. No, it's a little above average, you know, but you know it's good.
That's it.
I believe that's
standard deviation above
average. Is it above average?
Hey, it's
it is a little bit.
You know,
the average includes Asians in this country, for the record. Yeah. So
5.5 inches is the average, and like 7 inches is a full standard deviation. No, it's a bit more than a standard deviation away. Yeah,
and we also know from the data that individuals men who self-report in
stop fucking talking economics.
Well, that's why the average penis size is like 13 inches in the Congo, because it's all self-report surveys and it's hilarious.
So you cannot trust Lactoid self-report.
It's in the Congo though. They might be pretty accurate.
Is it the same thing with
like but it's like 2 inches more than every surrounding country.
5'11"?
Okay. Sure.
So if you say 7 inches, probably closer to 5.
Look, Prime, go ahead.
Prime, save me. Okay. All right. So one question, and it's sort of a serious question for you in particular, right? Is like, why haven't you, Lactoid, signed up to be a lawyer for the Justice Department? You've talked about like, you know, I don't want to go into too much detail. I don't know how much of this probably, but like I know that you like have thought about upgrading your career, right? And right now, the Justice Department is very public about how they are desperate for individuals. People have been fleeing the Justice Department. And now it just seems like there's an opportunity to get in, right? I imagine it would do wonders for like wherever your position is in the legal field, is to do that. The only problem is, you know, what they're going to be having you doing.
Right. He also wants to sleep at night, Prime. That's the big issue.
And
you don't know that.
As long as he's
I
getting
acknowledge
paid, I
that,
think it'll be fine.
and I say this knowing it would hurt me, right? Because like if Lactoid did do this, I imagine it would keep him so busy that he couldn't actually be here anymore, and I'd be really sad about that.
And he's also harming the country.
My friend,
that part's.
I would
go ahead.
I would
Bury the
also
lead
be
there.
happy that my friend is like advancing in his career.
Aw.
Right? So yeah, seriously.
Absolutely.
That's beautiful, but you would immediately not get that job just because of this shit right here.
100%.
Just for the record, they will.
After this shit.
I'm just saying, like I went through secret security clearance and top secret security clearance stuff, and like they like have people come to your house and they have people like go find your high school friends and interview them. You being on the internet talking shit about the government multiple times is not gonna work out for you.
I don't think I said anything.
My wife tried to work for the CIA for a little before I met her, and now she's like, "That is a dream that is gone."
Yeah, I might have some issues. I would have issues with the CIA, but like a lawyer for the Justice Department, that's probably doable. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit critical of Trump though on my Twitter. Unfortunately, I mean that might. I don't know if they would take me, but we'll see. Maybe.
I think they're actually like no fucking around desperate. Like as long as you like don't actively embarrass him, as long as it doesn't rise to a level that he's like paying attention to, I don't think they give a fuck.
I think
that
they
might be
need
true.
defense.
I mean, Vance was a never Trump guy, and now he's the VP. So I mean,
yeah, but he
That's
pledged
true.
his undying loyalty to Trump.
Well, I mean,
You know what I'm
Lacroix.
saying?
What's the salary offer?
Yeah,
What's the
depending on
salary offer?
Lacroix doesn't have. Listen,
Yeah.
I take back
soul
this
is for
sleeping at
sale.
night.
Okay.
Proffer.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just saying, for 200,000, maybe Iran is a good idea. Maybe we have to solve the
You're
problems
not
over
easily
there.
fought off for 200.
You're less and less of a libertarian every day to Fabian.
Yeah.
And I think it hurts him.
But
Yeah, I'm gonna mail him once I find his PO box. I'm just gonna mail him a T-shirt that says "Libertarians for Israeli bombs on schools."
Do you
As
identify
long as you clarify for 200K a year. That's
do you identify as a
On the back of the
nowadays.
shirt, on the back of the
Nothing.
shirt, it'll say, "I got paid 200K a year for this opinion."
yeah. So
It's here from a utilitarian analysis. I could donate a large chunk of that money to libertarian causes and further advance libertarian causes beyond the harm that I'm doing by supporting the administration and anti-libertarian causes.
Well, you're
So-
libertarian causes.
I don't think
Not-
200,000, even
libertarian
from a
programs that
utilitarian
take money.
calculus, I don't think 200K is really gonna do that. You might need a little more
donate
money
a
than
lot of
that.
damage
to-
they
to-
could do.
I could
Working
donate a
for
lot
the
of that.
justice.
How much is a lot of it?
So
A lot.
Yeah.
I want to know what your
uh,
commitment is.
Guys, I just keep getting an anonymous donation for 10K every month from somebody. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, Lactoid quit streaming. He's driving a Lambo.
You can't drive a Lambo for 200K. Pretty sure. I haven't done.
You
I'm
can
pretty sure.
lease
You
a
could get a rental. You could lease one. You know.
Yeah.
You could buy a used Lambo for like 100.
Look, my tastes are. I have very cheap tastes. I'd be fine. I'd be able to dump 50 grand into like libertarian causes.
How much money would you spend on flags, brother? You have 3 flags just behind you, right?
I've got a lot more than 3. I've got a whole bag. I've got a
Have
whole
you seen
bag
my
just
fucking-
full of flags.
I got a whole
My
bag
channel-
of flags.
My
Yeah,
old living
I probably got more than
Flags.
30.
Yeah, I did a big interview with Channel 5, and they were like, it was in my living room, and I had 8 flags behind me, and everyone's like, "What the fuck is this guy?"
In your living room?
Yeah,
Your
put 'em in front of my
living room is just a
window and everything.
museum?
I
Yeah,
can't show all my
basically.
flags on Twitch. So.
Yeah, Nazi flags. No, can't.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
What the fuck?
He just appreciates the.
You're changing my opinion on flags right now. You know, like, normally when I bump into like some liberal with a bunch of flags in their bio, I love calling them a flaggot, and we all know what that really means. And it's they get so mad and they try and like, get me in trouble. Yeah, of course, right. But I mean, you know, maybe you have some based flags that I don't know about. You know.
So
I have a Soviet flag.
$5 from my listening library. Thank you very much. He said Lactoid could probably get a job in the legal section of ICE, though. I hear they'll hire anyone.
Yeah,
true.
That's
true.
actually probably true. But like, so Lactoid.
And honestly, let's be honest, ICE needs all the help they can in legal right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
You could be the face of ICE legal, Lactoid. Wouldn't you love to do that?
$250.
250. Number go up. Number like a true utilitarian. Number go up. Thing okay.
Like a fucking capitalist.
But the Dow Jones is at 50K. Aren't we all happy about that? Why are we talking about Epstein?
But no, Lactoid. I think here's the play. Right? Here's the play. Trump is still like 2 more years in office. Right? 2 more years of absolute disaster that you voted for. So any which way, like what I would say is that like I would time it, like, because I don't think this is going to get much better, right? Unless he like put some like radical program, like, look, we're going to put like $5 million in your pocket, right? Then they'll get a flood of applications. But like assuming that doesn't happen, right? This is going to be around for a bit. This situation, I would time it so it's near the end of the Trump administration, right? You get that application in, right? By the time they onboarding you, by the time like you actually get on there, there's very little you have to do before they leave. But I'm just saying, man.
You might get
right, and then you'll be
True.
when Nick Fuentes wins, you'll be in the legal department of ICE, right? And they'll be giving you a list of his family members that are Mexican, being like, "Don't target these, though."
And then I could put my flags in the office. That'd be great.
True.
Thank you, my listening library. And like, but seriously, there's something to consider. I'm not sure if you put much thought into that, but like,
I have not. It's interesting though.
Yeah. All right. Good.
I'm surprised you would suggest it.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah.
Why would you want more people in the justice?
I mean, he's rooting for his friend, not the government.
I'm rooting for my friend. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah.
That feels so insane to me that you would be like, I know this is an evil corporation.
No. But like again, like what I want him to do is what I just said, right? Like I actually want him to time it towards the end, so he has like as little like involvement in this as possible.
Prime
right?
just wants a plug on the inside, man.
That's right? True. That is what this is.
Like just fucking say what it is. You want
Lactoid, I would be
inside,
screaming for your prosecution though. So just I need you to know that.
Are you on the are you part of the rift? Of like prosecute them all? Is that where you sit on the?
I'm pretty fucking like. Let's go a little. Let's do a little bit.
This. Some Robespierre. We're gonna.
Let's do a little something about this.
The liberals are finally
black. Brave. So brave of you.
Black-pilled?
No, hold on. Are we got like? You're like full Robespierre? Or like, what are you thinking? Like, what are you thinking about doing?
I'm not anything that's illiberal, but I do think that we should.
That can mean many things.
Right.
Sorry, I believe in fucking due process. Is I guess all I'm saying.
Here, somebody who gets
fucking
very very.
No one on this panel, but you know,
somebody gets like a grunt. Somebody gets like a grunt job as an ICE officer, and they're out like arresting Mexicans. Are you prosecuting them?
No, but they should be fired from their job. I think everyone who is hired under Trump's ICE should be fully removed.
Okay. Everyone? Like, there's not one good one to you?
If you were hired under Trump's,
saying?
I think it's enough bad apples. Just get rid
one
of
bad apple kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, I would abolish ICE personally, but
I think I would too. There are definitely some functions of ICE that I think are.
But there's only one way you can meaningfully do it, right? And that is you have to abolish the welfare state, right? Obviously, you can't have open borders in a giant welfare state, or you're just going to get people throwing bombs at Mom Donnie, supporting ISIS.
Is this how you?
Oh shit, we already have that.
You make everything about fucking. That's not
about the
disagree with,
problem.
12 things.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
I got the answer about ice agents. What
I'm sorry. Your response to what would you do is nothing illiberal. I'm a liberal. My identity is liberalism. But you're mad at me for making things about my philosophy.
Valid.
Fuck off, weirdo.
All right, fair. Let me say. I'm largely in favor of abolishing ICE. Well, specifically the CRO department, because they're pretty. I need to pull up my notes. I forget. There are other sections of ICE that I think are fundamentally okay. That we could either distribute to the DHS or maintain in ICE.
Yeah.
I think that I don't know, if we ban everyone in Trump's cabinet from just like literally ever serving again and prosecuting them under like shit, I'm not a lawyer. What the fuck is it's like if you're basically committing treason.
Statutes.
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what the fuck we should do, but I like basically if you throw out an idea, I'm like, I'm interested.
Okay, I just want DOJ attorneys, because you kind of referenced that before. I just want to know if you're serious. Like, do you think the DOJ attorneys should get prosecuted?
Not writ large, but I would definitely want to be looking at the things that they're like.
Are you saying that you are quote unquote in favor of draining the swamp? Would you say that?
I would say yes. Everyone's in favor of draining the swamp, dumbass.
Okay.
It's just Trump is the one wants.
I just want to know where the line, like above what line do you consider someone, like Nuremberg terms here, to be a leader as opposed to a follower? Like where
Anybody
are we
making
gonna?
more than 200K.
Is that what it is? You make 200K or more?
200K and above.
I have to look at the paycheck. I don't have an answer for you. I don't have an answer for you. But I would like. I am.
That's how you know he's a dad. The moment you become a dad, they're like, how much money? You know what I mean? Like, my kid gets to go to private school instead of these public schools that I know are really bad because I support liberalism.
There is a number. There is a number, Hunter, that you would become like an ICE attorney.
No, I wouldn't.
$50 billion a year. No,
$50 billion
what
a year.
the fuck? Genuinely, I'm happy. I'm happy with the amount of money that I have.
Oh my god!
Hold on.
Genuinely,
don't make me
studying to be a
nauseated.
math teacher. I'm fine.
You could buy the school and be the math teacher at your own school with $50 billion.
Wait,
You
hold
don't
on.
know
Hunter.
that he doesn't have an inheritance, brother.
$50 billion? I think that'd be in the news.
I mean, that doesn't have
I
to be
genuinely
50
don't
billion.
think there's a number.
So you're
tell
saying
you-
you couldn't engage in malicious compliance
You're saying
and
you
work
wouldn't
as an
have to
attorney
wait
for the
$50
government
billion
and just do a bad job while getting a giant paycheck?
That's a new fucking question. Of course.
I'm not asking malicious.
Well, it's only a new
saying,
question because you're not creative enough.
No.
Exactly.
I'm saying.
No,
Stop. He's engaging with my question in good faith. He's saying, like, okay, you have to work the full job. You have to do it as hard as you can, good faith,
And I
whatever.
have to essentially harm the country knowingly.
Yeah.
Given a financial
$50 billion with a B. $50 billion deposited into your
we are
account
ignoring
every month.
I want to acknowledge the hypothetical. We get to ignore the
Just
fact
be a
that I get to
trillionaire
fundamentally.
Well, that would
fix
really
all of the
like
issues
U.S.
that
economy
I'm-
would
that I'm
collapse at that point.
creating
All money's just
with
going to
the
Hunter.
harm. You know what I'm saying? Because I could
Well,
basically support.
I feel
anything
like
that
your
want.
harm. I feel like your harm calculus is way off.
Hunter,
No, hold on.
Hunter,
Do I get to
Hunter.
ignore that calculus? Should I
Hunter,
ignore that
it's
calculus?
easy, hold on. Yeah, Hunter, it's easy,
No,
right?
you shouldn't
Like
ignore the
$50
calculus.
billion.
Wait, okay, then obviously I would,
A
because then
month.
I would just use that
Hunter.
$50 billion to fucking fix the country.
Yes.
Yeah,
No, a month,
yes,
a
that's
month.
what you could do.
A month.
That's what I
the
said.
Hunter.
That's what I said I was going to do if I got $200,000 working as a DOJ attorney.
Then yes,
You're
obviously
gonna
there's
the
a number.
country with
Thank you.
But that's a
Thank
new
you.
fucking- Sorry, that's a new question. It's not.
Thank
because
you.
It's not a new
personally
question.
beneficial.
You can't keep
yeah.
saying it's a new question. Like he's
Okay, fine.
he's
How much
trying
would
to
it-
see
Okay.
if you're a fucking consequentialist
Deontologist
cuck
or-
like
I'm
he
a
is.
consequentialist.
Yeah.
I'm a consequentialist.
Hell
I want to be
yeah.
clear.
You could-
I want to be clear. If the question is how much would I benefit my personal self to do something like work as an attorney for ICE, the answer is nothing. Okay, there is no number. However, how much money? As soon as I would be able to fix the harm that I did. Yeah, I don't know what that number would be, but whatever that number is,
Well, 50
that's the
billion
number.
would be that number.
billion.
I
That's
know!
the number.
Then I said yes. I changed
Wait, hold on. Does it have to be?
So
Does it have to
$50
be like?
billion a month?
Does it have to be? Does it have to
$50
be
billion.
a month?
I
A
know,
month.
that's
Does it
crazy.
have to be like?
Why couldn't
Like
we
let's
just
say you couldn't put any money towards anything ICE related, but you could like donate to cure
fix
cancer or
everything
something.
else?
Yeah.
Wait, other political options too?
No political options. Just saving the world from cancer.
Yes, then yes.
Okay.
But it would be. I would.
I would think about it. I thought about it for a second.
Cancer.
You
I was
shouldn't.
about to say, what if it's only breast cancer? It only saves women. Right? Then we just have more Karens in the world. Are you in support of more Karens?
I'm an ICE attorney, but I cured cancer. That's the
you pay foundations that cure cancer.
I would pay the cancer.
Yes, I would do that.
Yeah.
Done.
Oh my god.
Okay, see, this is why making money is can make you a good person, right? Because you can funnel large portions of that income to good causes. Wolf of Wall Street. This is a part in the movie.
You're very hopeful of people without souls.
Look,
it's a great criticism.
The government has my best interest in mind. Okay.
Trump especially. Trump particularly.
So then let's go into the next question, and then we use this to transition to the actual topic. All right. Lactoid. I'm going to need an apology. Right? I'm going to need an apology. Lactoid. Right? We got in an argument, not just you. But you're the person I'm going to focus on. We got an argument about Trump's inner circle months ago. I said they're fucking neocons. You said otherwise. Hey, Lactoid.
In terms of foreign policy?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Sorry. Jeez.
Lactoid. Would you say that recent events might have changed your mind on this?
He's doing the calculation. Consequential.
Pete
Hegseth specifically with the Deuce Volt tattoo. I think maybe he's
that didn't tip me off.
He's getting a little excited in the fucking in the Holy Land.
Look, I didn't see this coming. I didn't see this one coming. This one was it came out of left field. Yeah, I thought that putting the person on your cabinet that had sold T-shirts that said "No war with Iran" was that was telegraphing an opinion.
Wait, who did that? Was that
Tulsi Gabbard?
Tulsi Gabbard. She sold T-shirts that were "No war with Iran," and now she's
I was thinking
helping manage the war with Iran.
Because I'll be fair to Lactoid, right? Because Tulsi was also part of that conversation, and I got a little too out of my skis on Tulsi. But she hasn't. So I looked up her statements so far, and so far
she's been avoiding that like the plague.
She hasn't said. She said nothing. Right. No. So she hasn't backed the war, but this woman who apparently
do you fuck with the war?
Apparently staked her career on this, right?
Sorry, I had to.
I heard it. Has said nothing, has done nothing, and is still working for the administration, which I think is a bit of a portrayal of her principles, but whatever, right? But
look, getting paid $50 billion, we don't know
herself.
Here for a lot of reasons, and one we took time going into all of these, the Trump administration, I guess was and I guess still is, in large part, but definitely during the campaign, was really good when it came to the Ukraine conflict, which is the biggest conflict in the world, right? And that was that was a big thing for me.
Wait, Trump was best on that?
Yeah, much more so than Biden or Kamala. That is That's a whole conversation, Hunter. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, that kind of indicated to me anti-hawkishness, which is great. And then, of course, he said very explicitly, if you elect me, you don't have to worry about a war with Iran. And then, of course, putting in people on the cabinet that were very much against war with Iran. And I'm seeing this, and I think that given the circumstances, it's reasonable to believe that this candidate is better when it comes to chances of war with Iran or also any other kind of geopolitical conflict. And on a lot of other geopolitical conflicts, Trump has been pretty good. This war with Iran, the full-scale, large airstrikes and everything. I mean, whether you agree with it or disagree,
has he been competent on anything?
Well, no, this one's different. I feel like when you look at his past behavior, this term at least, even in the first term, because remember he fired Bolton because Bolton was too pro war with Iran. When you look at his behavior, this really did come out of left field for me. I didn't see this one coming.
I think, what do you think you got wrong?
Well, I just can we?
I think the Epstein files may have actually pushed him to do it.
Who knows? But it seems to me,
or he had access to
this has been a criticism from the left. that for whatever reason the right has been unable to deal with or treat seriously, because obviously the left is retarded when it comes to Trump on like 99% of the things they say.
Sorry,
But
we've been right about
one
everything.
super valid criticism that they have had is that Trump's opinion is very much whoever the last person in the room he talked to was. And like this seems to be like they're like every time anybody has said this for years, it's just been Trump derangement syndrome, Trump derangement syndrome. But it's been shown over and over again that that is the case, to the point where I saw a lot of like right-leaning libertarian or conservatives that were like libertarian-minded kind of people being like, I'm okay because I know that Tulsi Gabbard and RFK and other people are, instead of John Bolton and people like that, are going to be the people in the room that are going to be telling him no war with Iran. And so like, I kind of get what you're saying. Maybe it's the Epstein files. Maybe it's the corruption of the government. Maybe there's some shit that we don't know about.
The jobs report in February. Maybe get access to
right.
That
but it seems like the dude is just a fucking grandiose narcissist.
Never been better. Right?
Okay. Right, but it's just like I don't know. Like I don't know that he's ever been, like. So if you agree with that, I don't think it's appropriate to say that he's ever been good on any of these issues. I think it's appropriate to say that he has been, that he just listens to the signals of people around him and what he thinks voters want.
Yeah, but what signal was here?
And that's better.
No, I hear you, but like, let's take this very specifically. Before the airstrikes and before this massive operation recently, I wasn't getting the vibe that there was all these pro-war with Iran, like there was this huge upswell of cultural support for war with Iran. I mean, even now, what, 25% of Americans support it? I mean, MAGA's split about it.
It is very strange. Like, where do you think this even came from?
That's like I just don't like if you asked me to bet it, I would have gotten it wrong.
I mean,
there's nothing literally an Israeli
war. What are you talking about? Like, where did this come from? Who could tell, right? It may be like the U.S. ally has been pushing for this for decades. This exact
no,
right?
Totally.
Okay.
Totally. Sorry.
This is a kind of a you can't have your cake and you eat it too, right? Like there's this belief on the left that like Israel has this major control over our like government and politicians. And then also Israel has wanted this war for 27 years and only just now they got it, right? Like it is absolutely true that Israel is without a doubt one of many pulling influences and factors into whether or not we go to war with Iran. And Marco Rubio's retarded ass certainly made it seem like it was a kind of shitter get off the pot moment, pun intended here, because that's what they said about Anthropic, on like Israel's going to attack, you in or you out right now, better make the choice. But also I think it's like to be like, oh, this came from Israel. No, that's one of the influences. And that is certainly true.
Fully agree.
I agree with you. I don't want to overstate my case. I agree with you, right? As long as we understand it's a major case, but like it just all right. I'll just leave it there. But I agree with you. Sure. But okay, back to it, right?
I'll say this for you, Prime. I'll say this. I wrongly believe that this administration was less neocon than they are.
Okay, all right.
I can't get. I think they. I still believe.
Can we get a
barring next fucking month, we'll see what happens. I still think that they are better.
No, they're
on
fucking
Ukraine.
neocon, and they're neocon because the neocons of the last of the Bush era, right? We're all about regime change war as a means of troops on the ground, securing regions and bringing democracy. And this new administration seems to think that what you can do is totally ignore Charlie Wilson's war and you just like bomb them and like grab their heads of state and rip them out. And then you just make buddy with like the new bad guys that are in the region. So like they're neocon. They're fucking worse than the neocons because the neocons were at least somewhat grounded in reality, despite the fact that they failed every time they attempted to do anything meaningfully good.
No, to me, it's like a reversion to like fucking pre-World War II ethic of just like stomping the shit out of. I don't even know what the justification is either. You know, like you're saying it's just a neocon.
No, I mean
but
if
like,
you listen,
they're not even.
If you listen,
that's
what they believe, right? Like no, if you listen to the supporters, right? You talk to somebody like Gibbs, right? And you talk to like the MAGA people on Twitter. Or you listen just to what they're saying. What they are signaling is this concept of the technological superiority and the American might is so advanced. I'm not saying that this is like true. I'm saying this is how they think.
No. I know.
It's so advanced, right?
You're not advocating for
that like other pussy liberal administrations like tried to go in and fix things and got us in this 20-year war. And if we go in, we'll just fucking decimate them. And then once they're decimated, we'll be the Billy badass American strongman that tells them, hey, this is how you behave. And they'll be afraid of like a random missile targeted at their apartment building, killing them. So they'll be our puppets in the region. Whereas like the neocons were like, it's about spreading democracy and we're going to go in. Like they were lying through their fucking teeth talking about spreading democracy. At least they had this like goal of like, we're going to build up the next country. And once we give them freedom, right? They had like, once we give them freedom, they'll love freedom and they'll love voting and they'll love liberal market economy and it'll work out great. And Trump is like, no, they're all brown savages. Fuck them up. And then we'll bully them into behaving.
I will say, I think it really doesn't pan out.
And he might be righter than the last ones, unfortunately.
So I wanna.
Then the neocons are like Kamala and Biden.
Before then, I just want to get this from Lactoid, okay?
Who are also kind of neocons.
Lactoid.
Yeah, sure, but
Lactoid. If you give me this, right, then I'll leave it alone. I promise you, right? But I just need you to say, for the record, say the words. Prime was right.
Prime was right that they were more neocon than I thought.
You don't gotta fucking give it. You don't have to give a fucking modifier, right? Be a man. Take the
like,
small.
I do.
The small L.
No, because
say Prime was right on this one.
You think we would clip it out of context?
Yeah. Like, I'm not going to use that for all time, right?
No,
like he meant for.
Can you remind me?
What we're ready to go right now?
He's gonna have a soundboard next panel where it's just like Prime was right.
Prime was right. I would actually prefer Lactoid is an idiot. That would be a really good.
My fucking god. Prime. If I remember correctly, the actual discussion was we were talking about whether like you said it was like full of neocons, right? And I said, well, no. Like on many different things, this administration actually is better. And I cited Ukraine, and I cited some of the other wars that we were talking about, like around India, Pakistan, stuff like that. And I cited some of that as evidence for them being better. And yeah, I agree. This is like a huge blow to that like foundation, to that thought process of that they're like super anti-neocon. I wouldn't say that, right? So just for maximal clarity, you were right on that. You were right that I was dramatically overstating how anti-neocon they were. But I'm not going to cede that, Kamala would have been less neocon.
No, fuck that. No, fuck her.
That's not what he was saying.
Okay. She wouldn't have gone to war with Iran.
Okay.
Sorry, she wouldn't have done that. Okay. She wouldn't have done this.
All right.
What magic 8-ball theory of politics do you have that Kamala Harris would have been like strong-willed against the influence of the neoliberal deep state?
The same exact oh my god. The same exact fucking magic 8-ball that Lactoid used when he figured out that Trump wouldn't go to war with Iran. So it's flawed.
And he was wrong.
It's also and I was wrong. That was the fucking thing that I was saying. God, I was saying.
So she would.
You were so confident like 30 seconds ago that she would not have gone to war with Iran.
I'm saying. I'm using my fucking brain. I think that Lactoid was actually pretty fair in his assessments. When was this? 2-3 years ago. It makes sense for you to go, let me look at the people in the room. Oh, shit, really?
Yeah, this was like a little more than a month ago, or like 2 months ago. Or something like that,
Lactoid is consistent. Okay. Lactoid is the winner of the Falford Award.
Maybe it was a little longer, but this was well before. This was well before the actual
Lactoid is the number one recipient
even the first
airstrikes award.
This was even before the first.
So we can agree that the real reason we are at war with Iran is because Fox News made the unfortunate decision of getting rid of Tucker Carlson. And if only Donald Trump had been watching Tucker Carlson on Fox News, we wouldn't have gone to war with Iran.
Listen, the Arabs.
I blame you, Fox News.
Democrats are responsible
for the oil prices.
No, hold on. The Democrats sued, though. They sued Fox News and got Tucker Carlson removed, which then led to the lack of the anti-war voice, which then led to the Iranian conflict. So in reality, It's the Democrats.
This is all the Democrats' fault. This is 7 degrees of Democrats.
Of course.
Yeah.
No,
It always is.
unironically, hold on.
I know. It always is the
Unironically.
Democrats' fault too.
Thank
Let's
you.
hear, let's hear it, Prime.
Unironically,
Fuck
I
off.
think of like I reject this idea that like it's just like one or the other, especially when we're talking about foreign policy, right? Both of them have done a lot to build up our current foreign policy agenda. Both of them have done a lot to get us here, right? I can list a long number of reasons as to how that is the case. And if you want me to do that, I will. I have no problem ranting on this. But I don't think there's some sort of clean division between them here, right? Like foreign policy is where both of these parties line up the most. So I'll put that there. So, but Lactoid, right? Just give it to me straight, and then
I said it.
Oh
my God!
You didn't give it straight.
Yeah.
Just say it like you mean
I would
it.
love
Nuance is not allowed here on the Prime show. I can't throw a little bit.
It's fine, and I'll leave it alone. I promise.
Not really.
Here, I'll say this. Given everything that I just said and the caveats that you agreed to, you were right.
Yep. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll leave it there. Right. I appreciate that. Thank you for being honest there. We can move on from there.
Wait,
right?
hold on. Do you think it's interesting? We don't have to go here, but I do think it's kind of interesting. Like, what do you think compelled? Like, I know that you're going to say Israel, Prime. I think that there is a lot more. What? Well, you said it.
No.
He wasn't
I thought you were talking
to
about
you.
at first.
Yeah.
I was just no problem. Keep going, Hunter.
Like, I do think that genuinely the reason why he did it is he looked at a history of the fact that people's approval ratings go up during war. And he's like, shit, I guess that's what I got to do. And he looks at the approval ratings. And I think he is that insane. I think he is that crazy. And that conceited and that egotistical. I genuinely think he wanted people to like him.
I think all your reasoning is true, but you have failed to grasp the mind of a narcissist. I think it's not, this is going to improve my polling numbers. It's, I'm the president that will solve this problem that no one else could solve. I'm the guy that will go in and fix this finally.
Fucking yes. That's good.
But on that, I agree that was part of his mindset. But like, I think that just as easily as you, Scott, from like miles away, from hundreds of miles away, could have seen that about him. I think his inner circle, who all wanted this, could also see that, right? And that was the exact line they said.
I think
that's what they're saying.
I think RFK didn't want this shit.
I think most of them were screaming at it.
I think
fuck off. I'm not listening to you guys.
But like his circle,
and Pete Hegseth there was photos of Trump like reaming into Pete Hegseth, like they got into some type of like knockdown, drag out, screaming match right before.
When did this happen? Before I ran? Oh, I don't know.
It was like right before. There's like a photo of like some journalist with like a telescopic fucking lens, and there's like a picture of Trump like and like Pete Hegseth being like like you could tell they're screaming at each other about.
I'm actually quite curious as to what that might have been out, but in any case,
nobody knows.
Like,
right, but he'd like to speculate.
Not only one, I think like Trump is a very
you don't fucking dip the sushi in the teriyaki and the soy sauce. You pour the soy sauce on. You know what I mean?
He's a very transparent. That's actually pretty fun. He's a very transparent individual. He's not just transparent to us. Again, being this far away from him, right? He's transparent to his inner circle, they are circling like sharks, all getting whatever they want, right? And also, right? And this is just a standard thing that like foreign governments do, and that we do to other governments as well, right? They all built like psychological profiles of their of these leaders, right? And like, okay, I'm gonna go deal, especially like these other countries, like when they want to deal with the U.S. president, I'm gonna deal with this U.S. president. How do I get the most out of it, right? They all understand, right? And so like Trump.
I mean, that's true of any president, though.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
I said all countries do this.
They all do this, yeah, and at all points in time, they're always trying to do this. But I'm just saying that like this would have been like the easiest.
With Trump, you fucking gaslight him and tell him how great he is. With with Bill Clinton, you bring him to a little island and you give him a 16-year-old girl and a cigar. You know.
And I mean, not for nothing, like the question of like why it and why like
they all got different ways Israel being got.
Is because it was said if Israel's going to strike, And if they strike, then the American bases get striked. We kind of you do have to strike first. You can't. You don't want to.
I think that was.
You don't want to be second in line.
I don't want to be listen. I'm as a libertarian, I'm willing to entertain a lot of conspiracy theories.
I don't think it's a conspiracy.
No, hold on. I think that this is probably Marco Rubio's fuck up, not recognizing what he's saying, but was probably advised in some way by legal to try and make sure that this military action was done in such a way that was constitutional, which is if we didn't act, it put more of our soldiers in harm by not acting, because the retaliatory strikes from Iran would like take American soldiers. This gives him a legal justification, less so like, oh my God, Israel's doing something, we have to do it with them. Though that also might have been. Like, I don't know. It's like hard to know.
So my only question to that would be like, so do you think America wanted? Like, do you think they wanted to start this right now in this manner, or like, because that's the reason why I'm saying it like was a strike with Israel.
We're in the the problem is
I'm not being conspiratorial. I'm saying like, I don't think America wanted to do the strike right now in this manner. I'm not saying they didn't want to strike.
America never like America, the people never want to do shit. But the thing is,
I meant the government.
No, for sure. Right. But I was just making that clear. But also like there is a lot of communication between Mossad and like CIA and MI6 and like all of the, what is it now, 14 countries in the Five Eyes program.
Sure.
We never get the full story of who's pushing what first, right? And it's like we knew about this. I guarantee you we knew about preparations for this months ago.
Yeah.
Guarantee you, right? I mean, so it's like
Netanyahu's been here 7 times this year. I mean, yeah, for sure.
Right, but if you knew about it months ago and you're communicating months ago, chances are we likely planned months ago to get involved with Israel in this.
Yeah, so I agree with you. Wait,
Prime, Trump to go to the finish line.
Sorry, I agree with you. I agree with you that we've been planning and that this was a strike that we were going to take. None of these things are. I'm not disagreeing with you on any of this, especially like after what we just got done with Venezuela. I think Trump thinks he can kind of do whatever he wants. I'm saying that the timing of this was like America, like the Trump administration. Trump did not want to do it now, though the plan was not to do it now. I think they kind of got fast tracked, right? I'm not saying there's like a conspiracy like Israel controls America. I'm saying there was a plan. There's a contingency that if they and that Israel sped it up, kind of like they pulled the rug under us.
Israeli. We don't know which intelligence apparatus, but Israel came to the knowledge, likely through their network, likely with other countries involved and other intelligence agencies, that like I think it was 47 leaders of the IRC were going to be in the same place at the same time. Yeah. That is why the attack happened at the date that it occurred.
Hastily.
Maybe you're right that it would but that's an opportunity, at least, you know, obviously I'm not in support of it, but that is an opportunity that comes like once every 5 years.
Yeah.
Right, like that you have active intelligence, that a majority of the leadership is going to be there, and that you can cut the snake's head off instantaneously and leave the regime in like a really panicked state. Because if you just kill one guy or you just start bombing, like they have like contingencies for all that. But if you wipe out their whole power structure, then like it'd be like if you bombed America, you know, during a State of the Union address. And we only have one guy that's like a Secretary of Education or, you know, or some shit like in a room somewhere, and like one congressman and senator, right? Yeah. Like it's like that was that was the reasoning for this attack occurring now.
I agree. I'm just saying it did happen. It happened, I think, I think we had the rug pulled out from under us. I think we had to join in on the attack because we were already kind of in cahoots, which kind of explains why they've been fumbling around trying to give an explanation as to why we even did this and why the public, and you know, people that are politically inclined are kind of like confused. They're asking like, well, why? Why do you think this happened? And it's not like conspiratorial, like, oh, Israel owns us. I just do think we had a plan. They kind of sped the plan up, and now we kind of just went in and the rug pulled out from under us.
I think you guys are overstating how clear it was that we were going to do this months ago, because it wasn't that long ago that
is that lactoid?
Yeah, I heard all that.
I was just saying.
No, let me finish, because Lindsey Graham was coming off, I think, Air Force One, and he looked like he was going to fucking cry because Trump was not agreeing to go to war with Iran. And I don't know if you guys remember this. Right? He was saying, "Oh, flee the president, blah blah blah."
I'm listening. I'm just gonna go get a re-up on my coffee.
So I think they were pushing him toward this direction for a very long time. I think that Trump did not want to go to war with Iran, not because he gives a fuck about that, but because he made the promise that he wouldn't repeatedly. He knows that's like a massive betrayal or backtracking of a long-term promise that he made to the MAGA voters, and he wasn't sure if they would follow along with him if he did that, right? So it's not because he doesn't want war. I don't think he cares, but I think there are a lot of people around him that have been pushing him in that direction for a very, very long time. And I don't think Marco Rubio or that other person, I forget who it was, because Marco Rubio is not the only one who said that, right? That Israel said, "Hey, we're going to do it. If we do it, we're going to do it with or without you. And if that happens, expect these bases to be attacked," like that sort of thing. Marco Rubio is not the only person who said that. So I don't think that's a lie. And it's very similar to something that Biden's Secretary of State said about Israel attacking, I think it was Lebanon. Israel told them, "Hey, we have intelligence that Hezbollah's, intelligence that Hezbollah's going to attack, right? So we're going to attack first, and we want you guys to come with us. And if you don't come with us, we're going anywhere." And Biden managed to hold them off, and that attack that they thought was going to come never came. It was bad intelligence, right? So they used the same kind of pressure there. I think they tried the same thing with Obama, right? There was a story about them doing something similar with Obama. They tried the same kind of thing. So this seems like a tactic that Israel's used before, right? To just say, "Hey, we're going to do it, and if we do it, bad things are going to happen to your people, so you might as well come along with us." And I think Trump, because he's been pushed in this direction for so long by so many people in his inner circle, both people like Pete Hegg, like they're like Christian Zionists. He's surrounded by Christian Zionists and like just traditional crazy warhawk neocons. So it just seems like they convinced him that this would be something he could do quickly. The Israelis were going to do it anyway, and he could turn it into a win, right? Because Iran would fall apart just like Venezuela did. And I think what's happening now, because he keeps saying, and anytime he speaks about this, he talks about how much support he has over, like how much even Republicans or the public support the war.
Everyone keeps talking about it.
It's just not true, right? So what I'm guessing is happening is that his inner circle is showing him the MAGA voter polls, and with these polls, I think they're pretty sus because they say it's like what 80 or 90% or some shit like this are behind him on this. But a lot of people who were MAGA, a lot of these big MAGA figures have left MAGA. They no longer consider themselves part of MAGA, and they left MAGA over this and other issues. So the people that are considered MAGA now are really like the fucking cultists. So like they're asking the cultists, "Hey, do you support the cult leader?" And they're saying yes, and he's saying that
it's Gibbs.
I think you're overselling
polling.
I think you're overselling a little bit his like peaceful stance on Iran, right? Like
I don't think it's peaceful.
I think
it's peaceful.
Well, hold on. What I'm saying is that like Trump seems to be a very fly by the seat of your pants individual. And like he said multiple times on the campaign trail that he would bomb the shit out of Iran. And then later that same day would say that, going to war with Iran would be a problem. And so like he flip-flopped more than John Kerry, right? Like he would do so on a daily basis. And I think it's important to note that like Trump is very much tied to what he thinks the people want. And I think maybe you have a good insight here in that if the inner circle feeds him and his ego information, that he can be maybe potentially manipulated into going along with actions that are against that interest, right? But it believes are in that interest. I think it's, I don't know. I think it's a little.
That's interesting, Scott. You mentioned.
I think you're making the story like a little too clean cut.
I think
it's really messy.
I think the big issue
really unpredictable.
Totally
I think the big issue is looking
something
at Trump.
That's interesting is just really quick, just to add on to what Scott said earlier about this meeting that was taking place. So I saw that story. I think probably the same one you did, right? I read an article about it. And the article said that the reason the leadership felt comfortable to come out this way and to meet this way is because they just agreed to almost everything the U.S. was asking for. So they made huge progress in the negotiations. I think the ambassador of Oman or whatever, the guy who's a mediator, said that, hey, peace is within sight. We just got a huge victory here in the negotiations, and then like hours later, this happens.
Yeah.
Right. So like,
yeah.
It seems, I don't know. It really does feel like this is not a thing that was planned for months. It just feels like something that happened because, in my opinion, there are forces within the administration, either because they're crazy Christian Zionist types or like pro-Israel lobby types, who wanted this to happen, and they use this meeting to push them. Like, hey, we just take out the leadership and we replace them with someone better. And
right,
yeah.
I think that there's the fact that there is even a debate as to whether this was planned or unplanned shows like the absolute chaos of this administration and the thoughtlessness of this war. Like
that's taking it too far. It's like I think people vastly overestimate how much knowledge and control the executive has in the United States government. Right? Like we know
over
all the time
policy.
Over what actions the intelligence community are engaging with, like over whether or not we bomb someone, absolutely. But whether or not like most presidents are completely unaware of black sites and cut off intelligence assets that they don't know until they have something like significant to tell them. And so what ends up happening is you have an intelligence state apparatus that is working with NGOs, working with all kinds of different other nations and corporations to influence social media to gather intelligence in places that the president doesn't even know unless he because he wouldn't even know to ask. And then they say, "Hey, an opportunity came to our attention." But it's months of fucking work that this group is, maybe even years of work that this group has been doing. And it's like 47 leaders are going to be in the room and Israel's ready to strike. Meanwhile, Mossad has been fucking working on this for months along with Americans. They give us this information and Mossad is worried that we'll do nothing with the information. So they probably don't give us that, they probably don't push that information all the way up to the executive branch. As well, I mean, they're all in the executive branch, but you know what I mean? Like the administration until a few weeks later. And this isn't special with Trump. This is like how these agencies operate under every president.
No, I agree with you. I give you no pushback.
That's why we created the Department of Homeland Security was because CIA knew about the fucking September 11th attacks months and months ahead of time.
Well, except for that. I'm gonna leave that last part alone because I need to process that for a second. But like everything else you said, I give you no pushback for. I agree, right? That's not any different, but that doesn't contradict what I just said, right? Like in terms of hey, we have a military strike that we could do to cripple our enemy, right? Like that is something that will happen spur of the moment and sorry. I gotta phrase this correctly. I could see the Israelis looking for this opportunity, building the case, right? And then wondering, when can we use this piece of intelligence, right? When was the time right to present it? And then we strike. We do that one military strike. I can see that.
What I'm saying is our own agents will be involved in that process and also involved of when do we tell the president?
I agree. Again, no pushback from me, right? What I'm talking about is a design of an entire war that's happening. They're trying to deny that it's a war, but this is a war, right? This war has not been planned out, right? The contingencies, the idea that, hey, maybe Iran would attack other people, right? They would attack soft targets, right? I don't know. Maybe that we can't actually cripple them because of through their navy, right? Maybe that to understand.
Hold on. I get what you're saying, but you're wrong.
Let me finish and you can tell me why I'm wrong.
But you're wrong.
Maybe talking about that's fair.
I continue if you're wrong.
That's also a good point, right? But also understand that hey, Iran has because they've been planning for exactly this, right? They have a horizontal leadership structure, and so that just doing that one military strike, that doesn't end the fight, right? And we can't expect them to be quickly knocked out of this fight. That's what they're maybe told the president, but I think some people actually believe that administration. Right, that this was actually going to be sure. Go ahead.
But this is just like the way our politicians have corporations and super PACs that tell them what's in a bill. The same thing happens to a president. What happens is when they want to do one of these strikes, they drop a couple of packets on the president's desk of executive summary and bullet points of plans they've been cooking up with like think tanks and intelligence assets and people inside, the FBI and inside the DOD, et cetera, for years, and go, here's a couple of plans that we have that you could endorse if you so choose. And then that's what happens. So it's like there's this idea of like I understand Trump is a fucking a kid in a candy shop, right? And so the way in which he sells the stability and order that people expect as a symbol of the president is horrific compared to somebody like Obama or Bill Clinton or shit comparatively even George Bush. But what I'm saying is that the machine works mostly without the president's approval or disapproval. And what occurs is the president doesn't come up with this plan with his administration. What the president does is he gets a couple of packets on his desk of plans that they've had in the workings for years of possible contingencies and things that they could do, and then he picks one. And that'd be no different if Obama was president than if Trump was president.
Hold on. Friend. Like, I don't think there isn't a disagreement here in terms of like the president, right? Like, what is like the foreign policy that we should have with fucking like Tajikistan, right? Because someone said that to me recently. Tajikistan, like, does Obama, does Biden, does Bush, do any of them have an idea what the foreign policy should be there? No, they have advisors. They have people been thinking about this and doing policy papers and all that nonsense, right? And then they present options to the president, just like you said, right? Then he picks one of them, and then that all of a sudden becomes Bush's foreign policy, Obama's foreign policy. I agree with you. So there's no pushback there. What I'm saying is that like when I say I believe I phrased this previous. This is the way I phrased it previously. If I didn't, then I amended it. So like what I'm talking about is the Trump administration, right? Like being like more than simply the man at the top, right? I'm saying that this like are the Joint Chiefs of Staff, right? That this group of individuals executing this war, right, has been done extremely like badly, chaotically. That like what we're seeing here seems to be in a military leadership that assumed there would be a quick victory. That like, or at least some of them did. Some of them did. Because
is that special didn't. Or is it, hold on, pause. Think about that for a second. That's literally, you just described the Bush administration, brother.
Yeah,
like, I don't think it's actually special. Right, you described you've described basically every war that we've been in. You described the administrations in Vietnam. You described Bill Clinton and his dealing with Bosnia and what was it at the time? It wasn't the Czech Republic. It was Czechoslovakia at the time.
Okay, no, I hear what you're
saying.
Like,
my I'm just saying no. Like, every administration has done this horribly since World War II and including World War II.
Okay.
Right? Like, I just think that we have this, we're living in it, so it feels so fucked up and chaotic because we're talking about school kids being blown up. We're talking about like an economy that we don't know what the fuck is going to happen because of oil. We're talking about right. Like I think what you're describing is like a bit of a recency bias where this feels more fucked up. But I promise you, every fucking war we've been in has been like this.
Okay, you know what? I think you're right. I take it back. I'll take it back. Yeah. And all that is to say is that
so say Prime was wrong.
Yeah, you need to say Prime was wrong.
I'll say it. Prime was wrong. Our friend Scott was right. No, I think you're right.
Damn, see, no caveats, no modifiers. That's how you do it.
Take notes, Lactoid.
That's how a real man admits defeat.
It's been a complete fucking mess all around. Okay. But anyway, so let's move then directly to the question at hand. All right. So last week, Amazon data centers in the UAE and Bahrain were attacked by Iranian drones. This marks the first confirmed military attack on a hyperscale cloud provider. This brings into focus the fact that data centers are now being used for both civilian and military purposes. Under international law, once a facility is used to significantly advance a war effort, it becomes a legitimate military target. However, this has not been made clear to communities that now host these facilities. In America, at least, these digital infrastructure projects are not being zoned as military installations. This incident shows that in a conflict, these data centers will become strategic targets, which puts the local residences in danger. Should there be limits placed on where data centers can be located if they host military services? Or alternatively, should data centers near residential neighborhoods be banned from engaging in military activities? Should there be a hard separation between military and civilian usage so that critical civilian data/services are less likely to be targeted by adversaries? Or should we not restrict how these private companies can operate and deem these risks as acceptable considering the benefits that these data centers bring? And does any of this matter if international rules of engagement aren't being respected in the first place? What tipped me off to this was this great YouTube video. This woman, lays this all out. At first, I was a bit skeptical of the idea, but I think she made a convincing case that, under international law, there are military targets, right? Like if you're living, for instance, if you're living next to like a military base, like you get that, right? If anything breaks out, like bombs might fall in this general area. You get that. But now other people, they have no idea. Like if we're turning these data centers into like not war machines, but war instruments. Okay, I'll leave it there. Right, war instruments. Then yeah, they would be subject to attack. Right. They would attract, even if they don't, if the enemy doesn't care about international law, still that's where they would think about attacking. That would attract attention from the enemy, right? Or if not an invader, right? Like a terrorist attack, where would you strike? In fact, within the video, this woman, she puts a clip of, I believe it's Eric Schmidt of Google, discussing exactly this, right? Of like a little while ago, saying that he can foresee in the future a point where these data centers are strategic targets, where like adversaries, especially weaker ones in the global stage, attack because they know they're so critical to our infrastructure and our military operations. So, like, why wouldn't they do that? And so she also brings up this other idea about like how much we as a public rely on these data centers, and that's fine. That part is fine. But like understanding if they're valid military targets, well, then we lose that critical infrastructure. That hurts all of you, right? Things that are important to you, both in your personal lives and in your businesses, could be lost. In this case, right, when those Amazon data centers were attacked, Amazon gave the not order, but like the warning, right? Hey, move your data immediately. Like we can't guarantee your data will be safe. Like move it, right? And they went through all kinds of disaster recovery efforts. This was a huge moment, and it's not really been talked about much at all, right? This is a turning point. This is the first time, but it won't be the last time these things are struck. And so what I'm asking is like, should we have a clear separation of these things, right? So like there are military targets and there are civilian targets. Not that civilian targets might not never be attacked, right? But they'll be far less likely to be attacked if they aren't, for a war effort. All right, so I'll leave it there. Let's get started with our good friend Lactoid.
So when it comes to the United States, I'm really not convinced that the kind of threats posed to the United States, it really would make a huge difference as to whether these data centers are a mix of civilian military or where they're located. I could be wrong here, but my understanding is that if we're talking about following international law, any kind of terrorist attack immediately wouldn't fall under this. We're really just talking about traditional military engagements, conventional military engagements, and any kind of conventional military engagement on U.S. soil, I just don't think is anywhere near likely. And if it does happen, if they are firing missiles and hitting us, then I think we got, we're kind of at the end anyway. I think we got much bigger problems.
Yeah, we got bigger problems.
Where we're putting the data centers. I'm also not convinced that a terrorist is going to somebody who is trying to affect the consciousness of a nation. Maybe I can be moved in this. My understanding is that the major terrorist attacks that are familiar to me are on civilian targets, trying to create mass casualty events in order to strike fear into the hearts of the population. So they also tend to be less guarded, right? So this is my understanding of historically what's happened. So I'm not super convinced that, at least within America, the difference matters all that much. But if we're talking about a Gulf state that is near a hostile power, I'm a little bit sympathetic to demands from the local populace of, hey, maybe the military ones should be different than the civilian ones, assuming that our enemy is going to follow international law. Let's Iran doesn't often, so I don't know really how much credence you can put on them caring about that. But assuming that they would, I can see how people might want to move that, to separate that, and also potentially move those data centers outside of civilian areas, so that any kind of collateral missile hit, has a lower chance of striking a civilian area than it does a military installation. But again, I mean, the Iranians have been firing on hotels, civilian areas, this whole conflict, and I know that they're hitting U.S. bases, but I'm not fully convinced that their current method of warfare is really super strategic. It seems to me to be more along the lines of, we're going to throw missiles everywhere to try to cause political change, as opposed to, we're going to strategically take out the Saudi Arabian capacity to declare war, or the Qatarian capacity to declare war. I'm not convinced about that either. So while I think there are some, to basically summarize, while I think that there are some good arguments potentially to want to separate the data centers, I really just don't know empirically how much of a difference it's really going to make. I'm just really not convinced. So,
okay, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
I'll say I agree with most of what Lactoy said. I thought long and hard about this topic, because I was like, why is this a topic? What question is this asking? Because to me, the topic feels very much like asking if water is wet or if the sky is blue. And I think there's something interesting in that, because maybe it's because of my libertarian frame or something. But to me, the consistent growth and merger of private property and the state is just kind of been a given pattern of the last 20 years. And maybe it's getting to a point where people are starting to look at it and go, hey, this might be problematic, right? Right. The idea that Amazon is a part of the US military, right? That AI companies like Microsoft are part of the US military, to me feels like, well, obviously, have you not been watching what the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has been doing for the past 20 years? And then I'm like, okay, but a lot of what I said that was true would have sounded crazy 15 years ago, right? But now people are kind of noticing, so maybe that's different. I will say there's an interesting concept here as well, because this topic, although unrelated, made me think of unmanned copters and or drones in the Ukraine war. And it made me think about international laws that applied to soldiers attempting to surrender. And we've seen both the Ukrainians and the Russians, right, fly, explosives into people that want to surrender, many of which are conscripts on both sides. And, the international laws, for some reason, nobody has been like, hey, what do we do about these unmanned things, right? We're now in this place where it's not a violation of the rules of warfare to blow up a conscript with no bullets, waving a white flag, and then to giggle and post about it on Twitter, right? We've seen them do that, potentially even prisoners of war. But setting aside the prisoners of war part, it's because that's not a person, therefore technically you can't surrender. It's like these rules that we have are very tenuous. American Israel never fucking follows them, but we kind of follow them enough to where we're not the bad guy too much, right? And Iran obviously doesn't fucking follow them because they'll just give money to somebody to go blow up shit whenever the fuck they want because, that's their form of warfare. And maybe there's like some leftist talking point that has some mild merit to the idea of like an imbalance in power and the concept of forcing other people into the rigidity of rules of warfare that are built for and kind of work for superpowers and not so much, isolated, warlords and things like that. And the way that they wage war is going to be different by sheer virtue of the power that they hold. But yeah, this whole conversation of is it a valid military target? Of course it is. Like if the military is using this as a tool in to gather intel, to gather information, to plan strikes, to quickly go through a large amount of data to understand, like developing and changing situations on the battlefield, right? Then obviously that's a valid military target. And the idea that we would think of a data center as not a valid military target seems to me born from a fantasy world that someone is living in where they don't realize that the corporation and the state are already merged together in warfare. And like, it's interesting that most people actually aren't there yet, is what I find interesting about this topic. But otherwise, I do agree mostly with what Lactoid said, right? Like, move resources. Data centers that are overseas are going to probably be treated similarly to military targets because of their vulnerability anyways. And then over here in the homeland, if we're getting bombs dropped on data centers in neighborhoods, shit's a lot different than where we currently are.
Sure. And I want to say this for everyone else. I didn't just, in terms of what I had ideas, an idea for an attack. It's not simply bombs, right? Like cyber attacks are a thing as well. Like no bombs need to be dropped to severely damage critical infrastructure. And if they are mixed with civilian,
if Iran had a button that they were told they could push and it would shut down the power in the U.S., they'd push the fucking button.
Yeah, they push a button. Yeah, exactly.
And if companies are dependent and our GDP and everything is dependent upon AI data centers for part of our productivity, why wouldn't they push that button if it's a weaker target?
Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to keep that in mind. So like, just expand people's ideas as to how this could go wrong. But let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, I also agree with Scott on some points. Well, specifically, the water is wet and the sky is blue part. I think that is correct. But I also think this topic.
Are you on the record that water is indeed wet? This is a debate among scientists. It's not the thing that causes wetness. It is indeed wet. You're with me?
You think that's what scientists are arguing about?
Yes, that's how I imagine scientists in tweed jackets and a smoke pipe going, is water wet? This is a question of philosophy. Is it the mechanism by which things get wet, or is the thing itself wet?
So I have no problem saying, and you can get your clips ready, Scott is correct. Or Scott is right.
Whoa.
It's that simple. It's that simple. Some people are, it's
no
easy for some people to do that.
modifiers.
It's difficult for others people to do that.
That's what integrity looks like, Lacto, just FYI. I think this bolsters maybe something I said about 2 weeks ago, where if we recall, that was the time where socialist Lactoid was advocating that the government has the right to coerce or bully Anthropic to do its bidding, and I said that well, this might be as in if the government wants to use AI to develop fully autonomous weapons, then they should maybe probably develop their own AI and their own infrastructure that goes with it. And I think that holds true here. Rather, this bolsters the case for that. Where, for example, I don't know for sure, and maybe someone like Scott, that they can correct me since they certainly have more military experience than I do, but I assume the military probably uses like their own intranet or multiple intranets. Maybe they do use the internet, but I'm sure it's probably not the same internet that we use as regular general public, largely for security reasons. And I think that holds true here for AI, where if they want to use AI and develop their own autonomous, fully autonomous weapons with AI, they should probably have their own respective infrastructure, be responsible for that, cultivate it out, and therefore they have to be probably strategic in terms of where those data centers would be placed. Just as I assume, although again, someone can correct me if wrong, but like generally speaking, I would hope and sort of assume that, military bases are not built in high residential areas. And so I think that would be a case for then the respective AI data centers that the military would have. And occupy and operate. And I'll leave it there for now. So I don't think these are valid. That ideally should not be valid military targets in the current data centers that we have. But it's hard to make the case that they're not, since the military uses them, as Scott pointed out. And that's where I'll leave it.
For the record, the name that you're looking for is SIPRNet.
Okay,
SIP. It's either PER or PR. SIPRNet.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, I agree with the top row, with the top three right now. You know, obviously, if
water is wet too.
Yeah, water is wet. Sky is blue sometimes, right? It does change color. That's the interesting thing about the sky. It's not always blue. So that's not always true. But yeah, no, obviously, if we're at war and if America's getting bombs dropped on it, the least of our worries is the data centers surrounding the neighborhoods. It's probably just the neighborhoods in general, and that's probably our bigger concern. I understand why there's a concern overseas, but once again, obviously, if Iran's going to be bombing you, your bigger concerns are going to be your hotels, the Burj Khalifa for Iran. That's going to be a bigger concern than the data centers in the neighborhoods. But more importantly, for the data centers in America, fuck the data centers building themselves in residential or like in neighborhoods, making the fucking electric prices go up. All right, maybe I too will cheer for one of these things to get bombed one day, because the prices, the fucking prices, it's too fucking much. So fuck the data centers. Don't build in residential areas for that reason alone, and then maybe we can think about terrorist attacks later.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Hunter.
I'm for abolishing all zoning regulations, so I think that they can build wherever they want. No, I have no disagreements with really anything on the top row. I don't know if I'm going to give any insight. I agree with everything that's been said, honestly, so far. Lactoid, I think, put it the most succinctly, that like I said, I mean, I don't know, the last time that we got struck on American soil, military targets, was like 80 years ago. I really don't think that that's a concern that we have. And if we're talking about what Iran should do when it comes to like what is designated as a military target, sure, I guess it makes sense. I don't know. I don't know where the interest in this question lies, but maybe there's disagreement to be had. I'll just pass the torch. I don't know why
you here if you don't see the interest in the question, but okay. Let's go to our friend Doobie.
Here he wants to hang out.
We had a good conversation before, and maybe I can veer the. I'm just joking.
Using the past tense had. Now it's all over for you, right?
Yeah, Doobie.
I don't know. I think my issue with this whole thing is I feel like all this only matters if we have international law that is enforced and real, and not just some people wave their hands at when it's inconvenient. So yeah, I think I wouldn't call it a virtue signal. It just feels pointless to say, oh no, they should be away from civilian populations, or they should do this or that, when nobody seems to give a fuck actually. So I think either they need to come together and agree to standards and laws and actually stick to them and have consequences when people do not stick to them, or it's a waste and none of it really fucking matters. And I hope they do bomb the data centers.
So it looks like I didn't do a good job of framing this question, because everyone keeps talking about just bombs dropping, and maybe it's my fault, so I'll cop to it. But it feels like people aren't. Hold on, let me finish. I don't think people have expanded their imagination as to what this actually looks like. So I'll make the case. Okay. We have seen, right, all of us. I'm hearing clicking from someone, and it's driving me up the wall. I don't know who is doing it, but it's okay.
I'm clicking a lot, but I hear the clicking. So
okay, yeah. We have seen, all of us, and not too far in the past, actually, just a few months ago, right? What it looks like when just Amazon Web Services goes down, right? There's a bunch of hyperscale cloud providers, but just Amazon Web Services going down, a few servers in one area of the country, how that cripples more than half the internet, right? It's a cascading effect, how that becomes a huge issue. Now, right? So the way that we mostly interact with that is that Twitter is down, right? Or Discord, right? Discord was down, I think, also the last time AWS went down. And so like, hey, that's an inconvenience, and but it'll get up in a few hours, and it did, right? I'm talking about like a cyber attack, a massive cyber attack that like brings down these networks, right? Like and with the goal of degrading the US's military capabilities. Well, if that happens and that it's the military operations are co-locating civilian operations, right? Now it's not just a few hours, right? We're talking about a loss of these services for quite a long time. But even more than that, right? Is that I don't think people, especially if you don't have necessarily an IT background, realize how much of our critical services, how much of the things that you really rely on in the background are there. Your hospital records are there, right? Those are things that have been offloaded. IT went through a transformation like years ago, where like before we had like services physically located on the premises of the whatever company, right? Right? They had them and they managed them, but then they exported to the cloud because it was just much cheaper, right? It's a great model, fantastic model. However, it has its weaknesses, and this is one of them. And so, not just like the hospital, right? Like think of any critical corporation that's doing critical things in terms of our defense industry, our like I'm sure like police, right? They're physical servers, right? Like whatever they're using databases they're using, they're tied to the cloud. All these things, right? And so we're saying these should be. It's fine to co-locate these things. Then we are increasing the chance that at some point we have a major cyber attack that brings all that down. And when that does happen, then you'll suddenly quite understand how much your information is tied to these various services and what you're losing.
Yeah.
So I want to. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the question for me is the framing was kind of about these being built in residential neighborhoods, and so like I don't see why that matters if it's a cyber attack where they're built, so long as like it has our storage. But then I don't think necessarily that separating like the military from like the civilian usage or whatever would even matter, because if we're gonna get on a cyber attack, they're gonna hit both regardless, unless you're saying that like the military could then have like a stronger one that protects itself.
Well, I think it would matter the other way around. For that reason, I think that if the military and civilian ones were mixed, I'd be more confident in the actual cybersecurity on that one than just the civilian ones on their own.
Right. Well, that makes sense a little bit. I'm just saying, like, I don't think separating them would prevent a cyber attack on both. Right. I don't think the people attacking us are going to be like, well, we're only going to attack the military.
If that's true. Well, that's true. Then why doesn't again? Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, does the military like use just the regular internet to communicate? Because wouldn't that make it more safe then?
No,
both.
No, so
the military uses regular internet, but then a lot of other things are based on SIPRnet.
Yeah,
right?
but then what? Yeah.
So like the regular internet is going to house
privacy, though. That's not for
right.
Like,
so
I think you're misunderstanding, Corey. What I'm saying is that if the civilian data is on the same data in the same data centers as the military that the military uses, I think that the military is going to have an interest in cybersecurity for military reasons, and the civilian data is going to be more protected. I think
I'm under, because like again, why like
makes sense
going with Scott's like there's a separate intranet for the military.
Yeah, I think if we were on that, ours data would probably be more secure.
But why not then they migrate to the internet, everything internet?
Because then we would have to be on a more secure network, like versus the internet.
I don't know.
You'd have to protect everything.
Yeah, more expensive.
I don't. So
listen, you're gonna have like three. Let me just. There's like three internets that are being used by the military. Okay, there is the regular internet. Okay, and the regular internet is going to be used for like mail, right? Like when we're trying to track mail and shit. Like there's a lot of things that aren't critical, mission critical, or are just like regular shit that office job people are doing on a base. So they're using the regular internet. Then you have SIPRnet. SIPRnet is going to house PII, right? So personal identifying information. So your medical records, your soldiers' vaccination records. It's also going to house things like when we're in negotiations for ordering new plane parts, right? the online communication between the businesses that are bidding on purchasing plane parts and like the civilians and or military personnel that are purchasing it, that information needs to be secure because that's information that could be used against us. Then we have like a whole nother internet. I don't remember the name of it, but it's like critical mission information that like JSOC is using, right? Like they have their own internet for like if they're going to attack Venezuela, right?
Yeah,
because that shit needs to be housed.
Yeah,
and, right, and that shit has like Faraday cages to make sure that it's immune to EMP attacks and things like that.
So why not have everything internet, and then they have to bolster the security of the internet, right? Blacktoy?
Because
I think that'd be
because it would be.
You have to put everything.
Expensive.
Yeah, that's insane.
Also, like,
I think the whole point of me bringing this up is I don't think Prime's concern about mix using the data centers for both military and civilian applications. I don't think the concern is a higher risk of cyber attack. I think the concern really at that point is just whether it's cost prohibitive or not. Because if you have the military using the same data center as some civilian application, my guess is that data center is going to be more secure than if it's just a civilian application.
But actually, that's where I want to push back against you, because like it seems like what you're saying is that Amazon effectively has thicker cyber walls for like these mixed use centers, right? Like Amazon already has like state of the art like network security. Right, like period. Right,
Sure.
Google has that, Microsoft has that. They all have it. Right, one because their clients demand it. Like these clients that pay big fucking money, they're not getting like piddly dicks. Like
one of them is the CIA. One of them is the CIA. By the way, they have a $200 million a year contract with AWS.
Yeah, but like,
right, like these companies are more mixed than we think. Right, like the CIA houses shit on Amazon servers.
Well, that's true. Yeah, no, I hear you there. But like I'm saying, like the civilian corporations, like they have like very exacting demands.
No, I'm sure they do, but more than the CIA, more than our military.
Yeah, but all you're saying, like I don't think the difference is as huge as you think they are, right? Like there are probably additional policies that are put in place, but like do they get like better network equipment,
better security?
They're using that network.
No.
They're like
let me explain it. My guess
everything
is,
in the army is made by the lowest bidder. Like we have a lot of cheap junk.
My guess is that in the case with all market like interactions, when you have more clients that have a certain demand, there's going to be more of an incentive for market providers to meet that demand. And the military is probably very demanding of security. That's my guess. I could be wrong on that. But I'm sure there's some corporations that are. If you had to make me bet, I'm going to be betting that the CIA and the military is going to be more demanding on security than some. You don't think so?
More prioritized.
I think
the CIA?
A lot of people. I think a lot of people thought that, and I think there's a paradox with government, which is that government is so immensely powerful and has the ability to tax whenever it runs out of money for something, and simultaneously it is largely incompetent because it has the ability to get money to solve its problem whenever it has a problem, instead of being forced to innovate and be efficient for profit. And I think the private.
I hear that, but I feel like I get an email. I hear about some data breach every other fucking month.
What I'm saying is the average corporation is absolutely going to be less exacting in their security demands than the government. But what I'm saying also is that the top end of security demands to protect data from the private market is likely, just because of a cost benefit analysis, going to be less than the CIA or the government. Because there's a few corporations that are probably super worried about their shit that's worth millions getting hacked.
The United States government, I'll say one last thing and I'll go straight to you, Hunter, right? The United States government has absolutely suffered data attacks, right? Like the Chinese military.
The Chinese got my social security number and the FBI informed me of it. And they were like, hey, if your shit gets stolen, it might be the Chinese. I got a letter in the mail because of it. The
Chinese were sitting in our servers for months. This is the whole thing.
Yeah, because I had top secret security clearance and they got all my info.
I get there's a mystique about like the government and like, oh my god, like there must be it's serious shit, right?
I don't think
I'm not trying to be fair. I'm not trying to condescend to you or anything, right?
No, I'm not saying you're kind of being condescending. I think you're misinterpreting my point.
Maybe.
And I think maybe Hunter understands my point better based on what I thought he was about to say.
We'll continue. Sure.
Well, I want to say that, yeah, I don't think anyone has this high hopes of government that they're perfectly efficient and that they have this like rigorous security vault that no one can get into. What?
He's joking.
I missed it. I do think, Fabian, if you'll hear the criticism, I think you're a little ideologically biased to say that the companies are going to have more rigorous security systems than the government. I think that the CIA is way more motivated by security measures than Google is. I don't think that many people really care if their fucking emails get hacked into a little bit, but I think if their government military is, I think people start freaking out. I don't think that's crazy to say.
Let me explain.
But
let me
Google
explain.
Is a
what I'm saying. Hold on. Let me explain. What I'm saying is that the average company is certainly less motivated for security purposes than the CIA.
Okay.
What I'm also saying is that if your cloud service has to meet the standards of the highest security standards for a niche market, which is like, let's say 1% of the people have a certain set of demands for security, and the other 99% have a lower set of demands. I'm saying that 1%, some like, I don't know, pharmaceutical company that has like research and development on the cloud that they're sharing in between Brazil and, you know, some company in Brazil. And if someone were to hack it, they'd lose $50 billion on this medicine they're making because someone else might beat them to the punch. That like that company is going to set the standard for what the security measures are on a data center or on a cloud, because that company has a certain set of standards. And yes, I agree, Google's Gmail doesn't give a fuck about high security. The average company doesn't give a fuck about high security. My only thing is that if you have a competitive market with a bunch of different players, somebody in that market is just statistically likely to have higher security demands than would government contracts.
I still feel like
I agree with you that the government is going to have a higher bar than the average.
Well, Scott, if you accept that, so you accept it's going to have a higher bar than the average, because that's all I need to make my point. Okay.
Yeah.
Because my
I wasn't even
point,
disagreeing with you.
Sure. My point is that, okay, so you have a market provider for like a data center or a server center or whatever the fuck, and you are providing a service. I think it's a reasonable belief that the more clients you have that demand a higher than average security level, whether that be, you know, some top level pharma company, the CIA, like the military, I think I think the CIA and the military especially are going to be more so than the average company, right? And so the kind of data centers that service these organizations are probably either going to increase their security to accommodate these organizations, or these organizations are only going to select data centers that have a sufficient level of security for their purposes.
Maybe,
so,
that might stratify that way, where like some data centers have super high security, so we house those 1% companies in the CIA, and then other data centers are for like normal shit. Yeah, I could buy that.
Sure. And so I think that this concern of like, well, if you like inherently there's a higher risk of cybersecurity risks by mixing government and civilian when it comes to these data centers, I don't buy that, right? I think that the question here is really, what is the demand for cybersecurity from the clients of the data center, not whether or not they're government or private.
Sorry, hold on. This is weird, right? Like, these, and especially coming from a libertarian, right? Like this seems weird.
Wow.
Like, understand. Well, yeah,
we've had socialist
before. It like the government. Sorry, these companies, right, are motivated by the profit motive. There is big, huge losses that can happen when this data is like not just like straight monetarily, but also reputationally, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That these companies suffer. They're all looking for the best security, right? And it's like this. It sounds like what you're thinking. And
hard to put words around.
Okay, that's great. It sounds
$4
like
per dollar.
It sounds like what you're thinking is that there is like military grade security and then like, you know, civilian grade security. I'm saying that like all these companies want to be within a data center that has the highest security. That, like,
Prime, can I stop you? Can I stop you? Because you already misunderstand. Okay, so right here, I'm not saying necessarily like military grade security versus the top civilian company grade security. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. Okay. What I'm saying is, if you are an organization that has access to a fuckload of money, like the CIA or the military or a top level corporation, and for your purposes, security is incredibly important. Mm-hmm. You are going to both demand and be able to pay more for the highly secure data centers, are you not?
But everyone can access those data centers, though.
Not the shitty little mom and pop businesses.
No. This is where you're wrong. No, hold on a second, guys. This is where you're wrong. Wrong, right? I was literally looking at Google.
You did literally work in IT, for the record. I think people forget that he worked in IT and went to college for it. Just
explain to me how the bakery down the street can afford the same data center as the CIA.
Friend, you can go.
They have different programs for that.
Right? 1 second. No, please. No,
different app.
Go right now. You can go right now on your favorite search engine and search for Google Cloud, right? And you can become a customer of Google Cloud. And Google Cloud, right, has data centers all over the country and the world, right? You can park your data in any of those data centers. You could just do that, right? And you can move between them. All of them, right? So everyone has access to these. They want as many of them available, right? One, so your data can be highly available, and so that they can get more customers, right? And they can do it with low latency. There's what I'm saying here is that these companies, you're assuming that there's a higher grade, right? And these are like the premium data centers, and everyone else is using that. It's not really the case. In fact, it's probably Amazon Web Services who okay, let me try to scale this, right? There are smaller cloud providers, right? But Amazon Web Services probably gives you better deals because they're just so big, because of the economies of scale. They get the deals they give you are just so plentiful and so easy. I was looking at Google Cloud's deals, right? And they're giving away crazy amounts of money to companies that choose them, like free tokens, free credits, right? They can do that. And
do all data centers have the same level of security?
No, sorry, So I'm not saying that they all do, right? I'm saying that there's probably smaller cloud centers that maybe don't. But you were saying that that a small mom and pop can't access the same data centers as the military, right? Or the CIA. But I'm saying that's exactly what's happening.
You're saying it's the same cloud.
Yes, it's the same cloud. You can
it's the same
security measures
there, right?
Well, hold on, wait. So you're saying
the security measures are there's twofold the security measures, right? There's one, the security on the premises itself, they're networking, right? Mm-hmm. But they don't necessarily secure your data, right? We've had plenty of times or game companies, right? Well, they'll create a database, right? They'll put up some sort of database, and that will be insecure. That could be on an Amazon Web Services cloud, right? Or a Google Cloud, because you have to lock down your data.
It creates a vector.
I hear you.
It creates a vector to AWS.
My question for you is: you already agree that there are some data centers that are not as secure. Does the CIA have data on those centers?
I don't know. But I'll say, but for the purpose of the argument, I'll say no.
Okay.
No. But
so if it's no,
sure. Mm-hmm.
If the answer is no, and the CIA is exclusively choosing higher security data centers,
that everyone else is?
I'm confused as to what the argument would be that having the CIA or the military on my data center makes my data less secure.
No, I'm saying it's not as less secure. That makes it more of a target. I'm saying these all have yes, actually, yes.
If I can destroy a data center and it fucks up your business, but also it might bring down AWS, and let's say for the sake of argument, even though this is already true, that like the CIA has mission critical programs that are utilizing AWS, and therefore those programs get bogged down because they don't have access to their data because AWS went down, right? Then your neighborhood data center that is mostly just, is TikTok. Let's say it's owned by Oracle, right? Which is a former CIA program that now houses all TikTok servers. So that, let's say, TikTok goes down. Yeah, sure. But the goal wasn't to take down TikTok. The goal was to disrupt AWS, which in turn disrupts whatever AI system is utilizing data on AWS to be able to engage in an attack in Iran right now, because that AI might be housed somewhere else. But the data it needs is housed on AWS.
Sure. And the same server. The same server as. Right. But my question is, and this is where I'm just. Unless somebody can show me an AI response that proves me wrong, because that is the gold standard of all evidentiary claims. Unless somebody can prove me wrong.
Only 48% hallucinations.
Yeah, I'll flip a coin.
48%.
If somebody can.
That's the latest.
If somebody
number.
Can prove me wrong.
You got to read the article, Hunter. Read it.
If someone can prove me wrong on this, then I'll accept being wrong. But I don't believe. I'm sorry. I don't believe.
How are you going to be proved wrong?
I told you how you could prove me wrong. I don't currently believe that I don't believe that if my data happens to be on a server that the CIA has chosen, if we accept there's different security standards for servers, that increased risk, even if we accept that they're more of a target, that the security demands of the CIA or large corporations, that's not going to more than make up for that in terms of the extra security around my data. Because you're right. I'm sure like data breaches happen. I'm just not convinced that it's going to happen to the CIA, that it has happened to the CIA at a higher rate than it's happened to every fucking company.
Military.
At a higher rate, maybe.
Yeah, had a higher rate than every fucking company. That I get a letter in the mail like every other fucking week about, we had a data breach. Some secretary sent your. No.
First of all, that's if they actually tell you. I'm talking about corporations for a second. That's if they
corporations
maybe they'll tell me.
Have to. The government doesn't.
That's a good point.
For the record.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
Exactly. So we have no idea like the actual rate that these things happen. Right. There's reputational management that happens around these things too, right? Like in any case, yeah. So we have no idea how many times they've been hit. We've heard a few times that they've been hit, right? But like but all that goes to say, right? That doesn't so like it's not even just like, like, oh, there's like a bunch of like black hat hackers, right? In North Korea typing away, right? And they're about to crack the code, right? There's also, right, the and I'm forgetting the name right now, unfortunately. There's also like human engineering, I think is what they call it.
Yeah, you call in secretary, hey, I'm this person, give me
a shit. Right. They do what the CIA did
phishing attempts,
Iran,
all that,
right?
yeah.
Stuxnet, right?
Most common way.
Yeah,
Stuxnet was crazy. That was fucking wild.
Yeah, they dropped the. And I'll go to Corey next. They dropped a bunch.
I'm over here, by the way. You're pointing, I think, the wrong direction.
No, wait. Am I seriously?
You're pointing at me right now.
Yeah.
What? Why? I didn't take any.
How do you not see this?
Oh my god!
Because it's reversed on his camera, but what is being output is mirrored. From what he's seen, or vice versa.
Maybe we shouldn't be listening for his tech advice.
Okay. Yeah, good point. Secondly, before you go to Corey, I just want to finish off by saying I'd prefer my porn on a military server than a civilian server.
Hell yeah, brother.
That's my preference. Sorry.
Okay, all right. So
that's a mirror.
But like this,
gross.
Okay, but there's like
rude.
There's a lot of misunderstandings like later on that, and I don't remember what the last thing I was saying. But like anyway, Stuxnet, they dropped a bunch of USB sticks, right? Outside of, I think, of some sort of Iran facility, right? People pick them up and they plug them into a computer.
That is a failure of security. That probably the CIA does less.
But
wait, hold on. Did they really pick up flash drives off the ground and plug it into nuclear computers? That's what they did?
Into some computers. I'm not sure if they
what was this?
They deserved it. They deserved that. That's fucking.
But like,
that's crazy.
But to be clear, also yes, to be clear, but like people have been just to give a little grace.
Don't leave your cat card in the machine, boys.
And so many others, right? Like it was a process. It was like well, I don't know, 15 years ago or something, right? It's been a process to educate the public, to educate people around like, you know, proper internet health and security, right? And so like we've had to have these incidents happen to for other people to learn not to do them. So I mean, it is what it is. But like, all right, but I'll leave it there, and we can change the conversation, because if people don't like this specific angle, we can go to another one. That's okay, right? I'm gonna go to Corey. I will where the fuck he's located.
Are you pointing?
I'm gonna go to Corey.
Corey, there you go.
You're doing great.
You're doing good now.
Okay. All right. So
hell yeah.
I changed the setting before and it changed back. All right. But Corey, I'll let you
just only refer to Doobie and Fabian, and you're gonna nail it.
Yeah. So Corey, I'll let you go.
I need more camera time. I don't get enough.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you take this to wherever you want to, whether you want to focus on this or something else. But I also want to focus also on the international rules order, right? Like, hey,
sure. Like,
does this thing matter at all? Not just like talking about this particular issue, right? But this matter between military and civilian at all. Is that a thing of the past? Was it ever a thing previously at all, right? Like, what was the worth of this international rules-based order, these international rules within war, right? So we can discuss that if this, for whatever reason, is a hint for you guys. All right, go ahead, Corey.
Okay, I just maybe want to clarify. So, Lactoid, are you also essentially are you also claiming that if the government had its own AI infrastructure, that would not be more safe than the current status, as in its own AI infrastructure that owns and operates?
It depends what government agencies we're talking about. If we're including all the government, probably not. If we're talking about just the CIA and the military, probably
yes. Just the CIA.
But my assumption, if we're talking just the CIA and the military, that framework is probably, my strong intuition indicates that this is going to be more secure than like an average data center that's hosting Google and shit like this.
No,
like,
even the ones that, using your argument of like, oh, these, like the CIA is selecting these data centers from whatever OpenAI or whatever, choose one that
Google.
I'm assuming that I'm assuming that the CIA, if to the extent that they're using these kind of commercial data centers, they are. I'm guessing, if I'm wrong on this is crazy. I'm guessing they have some security standards for these data centers to host CIA information.
Well, that's because then why does let's say, for example, I think again, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, of like SpaceX also, like they have Starlink and like Star Shield. Then why would they separate that out also? Like, why not just have it all like integrated, and therefore you have to boost your security level?
What's Star Shield? I actually don't know.
Star Shield is literally like whatever the satellite system specifically for government entities.
I'm guessing that has a higher level of security, right?
Right, but then why not they just then put all the,
because it's a cost thing, because data is like expensive, like per gigabyte stored, like there's a cost associated.
But why not? And then just Starlink should not exist in the first place.
Because it'd be more expensive.
Because it'd be more expensive. There's a trade-off.
Okay, so it's not the safety issue. It's just like, is the cost prohibitive?
That was my original point to Prime. Like, I don't think that mixing military and security here necessarily makes the data more vulnerable just because the military is involved.
No, it does make it. You agree. It's just that it would be safer. It's just cost prohibitive now. As in, you agree. You just said, unless correct me if I'm wrong. Like, if it has its own devoted infrastructure, like the intranet that has, or like what Scott alluded to, whatever, I can't remember what it's called, but like, that would make it more secure, but it's the cost prohibitive aspect that is holding you back.
That's my guess. Yes, that it's more cost prohibitive. Hold on, I'm trying to correct you when you're wrong. My guess is that it's more cost prohibitive to, like, for a company to say, okay, we're going to have all of our data be both civilian and military. But I think what Prime argued is that should there be some rule saying, like, can we put, like, through some rule, not subject to market forces, but some actual rule saying we shouldn't be able to integrate the military and civilian uses for a data center, because the fact that there's a military involvement here might make it more of a target. And my point is, I don't think that's the problem. I don't think that it is the case that the military is going to be selecting lower security data centers. My guess is they're going to be locating higher security data centers. And yes, are there going to be some data centers that have a lower security level the military is not going to select, but some companies might select for cost reasons? Sure. I mean, I think Starlink and Star Shield, that's probably some reason behind that too. I just don't think it necessitates a rule.
I don't know if we are, like, I think
I'm also not a data scientist.
There's someone in my chat that is making it very obvious that all of us here are just like woefully unequipped to have this conversation.
I'm doing it
because
I was given a topic and I'm throwing it out there. Okay, I'm trying.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not insulting your intelligence. I'm right along with you because he's like, no, you need to look up General Dynamics TAC lane micro encryptors and like these. It's like it's not about the fucking data center. It's about these. These cost about $25,000 each, and like this is how they encrypt their data. It's like. We don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Can we just admit that, like, in terms of like data security and specific systems and like what companies use them and don't use them? Let's get back to a conversation about the geopolitics.
That's why I'm talking. That's why we're talking in generalities. I'm just generally speaking.
You keep getting upset, but I'm not attacking you. I am.
You guys are agreeing.
I'm not getting upset with you. I'm not getting upset with you.
Okay. You keep being like, but that's why. Like, you don't got to. I'm just saying.
I'm here.
All of us.
My rage is more
we don't
directed
know what the fuck
towards.
We're talking about.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not. My rage is not directed towards you. It's more directed towards the person in your chat that's calling us all idiots. Okay, fair enough. Probably
he's not
fairly.
calling us idiots. He's like literally just giving me information, but I'm like, this information is making it aware that like. None of what we're talking about actually makes sense to people that work in this field.
We want to talk about international war crimes because that was an interesting thing.
Right, like that, and that is something we are all fairly knowledgeable on because we discuss politics
I feel way
for a
more
living.
Prepared.
Look, I think my intuitive points made sense. Anyway, go ahead.
I agree.
Something we actually know about.
But it's like also, what the fuck do we know?
So,
but hold on a second. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I need to ask. Please, let me ask this. So the person in your chat that knows way more than us, are you possible? Sure. Is this person saying that the CIA is using the same data centers that like I'm using when I upload shit to Google? Is that what they're saying? That's that.
Yeah. All of this shit is interconnected, and we're all using the same data centers for everything.
Google doesn't have
the difference is that like they have like devices when they send communications that are encrypted, but like where data is stored, for the most part, is all on these same things. Now. The NSA has like certain information that's stored, but that is not on cloud services. That's not on the Amazon. That's not the shit we use. That's the shit that like fucking Snowden was pointing out, right? Where they have their own data centers where they have certain shit stored that they don't want anybody touching, but that shit's closed. It's not on any network that's connected.
I hear that.
But like again, there are vulnerabilities to CIA systems just as much as there are other systems because they're all on the same data centers, medical records and all kinds of shit.
I hear that, but going, I guess, back to the prompt here, is it even possible to, if it's all interconnected, man, we're all part of the same web. Yeah. Is it even possible to create a military data center and a civilian data center if it's all the same?
That's why it absolutely is for things like the NSA, right? Like when the NSA is housing communicate, but even then, there's vulnerabilities in terms of gaining that information. But once they house that information on their server, that's where it is. It's separated.
Yeah. Why can't I house my information on the NSA server?
Because it's government owned and operated, and it's specifically for that. And because
would it be safer? Would it be safer if I put it on their servers?
Maybe.
Potentially,
probably.
But the
potentially,
fact that
that's all I.
Hold on.
All I know.
Hold on. But the problem is the fact that you, the civilian, would be on them is introducing new vectors towards all their shit. So your very existence on it increases vulnerabilities to those systems, thus making it less secure.
More to the military, not to the civilians, right?
Right, the civilian would be more
protected. Right, both. Well, yeah, the civilian would.
Yeah, the civilian would be more protected.
But if enough civilians,
that's what I've been saying the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, but nobody's necessarily disagreeing with you. I'm just saying
but
that,
if we're arguing from,
I'm saying is,
if
Hunter's right.
No, you're not.
What the hell are we? The entire point of this conversation was a civilian risk. We were talking about whether or not we were protected, and we got to separate it for our benefit, not for military security.
Yes.
If that's the fucking question,
it would be
all like, okay, well,
right.
Separating wouldn't do anything.
Right, but if you wanted, but this is the problem, and this is the problem, right? And I know a little bit about this shit, but not enough to really talk about it. But this is the problem: is that like, if you want the top security, you don't put your shit on any data center. including the militaries. You have in-house systems. You have air
I
gap
mail my
machines.
porn in.
You have
plug it in.
well, no, 80%, over 80% of the entire internet is the dark web, and it's not connected to a system like Google.
No,
right?
that's
Like
not true.
banking it, that is absolutely true.
For the
like
dark web,
what was
systems,
the percentage?
like over 80%, because you have financial systems, software. Oh shit!
Oh, you're
like
counting that
financial
as the dark
software
web.
systems.
Okay, sure.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like if you're a business and you're trying to protect your information and your data, eventually, if you want the highest level of data, you have an in-house system. You don't put your shit on something that is connected to. So like the conversation kind of becomes moot about protecting your data by having it on an off-site system that the government operates, because the most secure systems are going to be inside.
This data that they want has to be available, right? Like, so like if you're running some sort of system from like across the world, right? Like I don't know, if you're flying a drone, right? And you need to be able to you need multiple systems to be operate with each other, right? Well, the best systems to do that are these cloud data centers. They are already an interconnected web of data centers where you can have that information travel along the world without building your own separate system. And
right, you can't fly a fucking drone with GPS and all these other things without being connected to data centers that are open and vulnerable. But if you're a fucking company and you want to protect your financial records, you do that shit in-house.
Yeah, like they have different. They put their different. Like the nuclear,
They do.
I doubt. Like for instance, I doubt any nuclear secrets. I'm gonna assume. I'm gonna hope. Fuck. That any nuclear secrets are on.
Like, they're on the president's Google Drive right now.
Yeah, exactly. Right?
Amazon.
Hillary Clinton's got a fucking computer with them right now, buddy.
I'm assuming that's not where they live, but like other data has to be there, right? Because it has to be available. And then after that, right? And there's also a separation that has to happen here that no one does, right? I only saw one video ever make this argument. It's a pretty good argument. One, that like AI data centers are different, are not actually data centers. They're more like supercomputers, right? Like they're actually data is not actually living there so much. It's data is being worked on there. And then sent out somewhere else, right? And they look the same, more or less the same from the outside, but their functions are very different. And the noise level is very different too, from outside as well. But in any case, right, like work being done on those, we'll call them AI supercomputers for now, just to keep things simple, right? Those, the work being done on them can't necessarily be done anywhere else because they haven't been built, right? It's been built within the private sector. The government could, but they haven't, right? Now that's why Israel.
Well, they may have.
Maybe they have. Okay, that's probably. Maybe I don't know.
Now we bring it back to Israel.
So like
Israel.
It all comes back to the
yeah.
I'm just using Israel's.
They own all the data
because it's top of mind, right? But Israel has been using Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, and I'm assuming Amazon Web Services. Oh, I'm almost positive Amazon Web Services as well. For their various AI attack protocols, right? Like the Where's Daddy thing. That was
out of context. That sounds wild.
I don't know what the fuck that was. So I was like,
oh yeah, okay. no, it's called Where's Daddy.
It's a program they used to. So they use another AI called Lavender, and it pairs with Where's Daddy to basically. They will track a person they think is affiliated with them.
Israel's not beating the Epstein pedophile allegations with these names of Lavender and Where's Daddy.
Yeah,
they wait for them to get home, and then they bomb them when they're home with their families.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, Israel. Fuck these people. That was.
Doesn't that take away more potential Hamas members?
One of them. Okay, all right. So, okay, I won't take the bait. But the point is that like. They are using those AI supercomputers, right, to do this work, right, and other corporations, other critical civilian infrastructures also using that as well, right? If they're using AI systems to do work. So like separating those might be of some sort of benefit, right? And also denying Israel in general, but like whatever, right? All right, but we can move on. We don't. It's okay. Not all topics have to hit. It's okay. But okay. So talking about the war crimes, That's your favorite. You guys like those, right? Let's talk about war crimes.
We like war crimes.
Ukrainian war crimes. Let's talk about that.
We can talk about Ukraine. No, actually, we can talk about Ukraine. No, that's fine too. We can talk about Ukraine. We can talk about like
old news.
What does it mean, right? To have rules of engagement, right? International rules of engagement. Should we have that? Does that thing actually exist, right? Who's been actually following them? Who gets punished by those? By breaking those rules, right?
You ready for
and like, yeah.
I'll give a little bit of a hot take.
Doesn't matter.
I don't think it's. I don't know how much of a hot take it is. I think it might be a hot take in the circle. It does matter quite a bit, actually, because it's the perception of your allies, whether or not they're gonna come to your aid or not. We don't prosecute at all, like ever, war crimes, and that's bad. We probably should.
We do.
Yeah, I mean, there are some historical examples. Obviously, we can think of Nuremberg being a big one, but like largely speaking, we don't. But oftentimes when it comes to whether or not allies will come in support with you or start engaging with you in warfare, often will be dictated by how many war crimes you've broken. And I think the aesthetics of a war are often understated. And I will also say that this is, I mean, obviously, have they ever existed? The answer is no, right? Like this is a very weird time in human history wherein we actually care about that shit, or at least purport to care about that shit. But I do think that one of the big reasons why so many of the OECD countries kind of went in support of Israel after October 7th was because October 7th was a pretty grave aggression on war crimes. Obviously, Israel has lost a lot of that ground because then they turned around and just started inflicting even more on Hamas. But yeah, I do think that that's the reason why a lot of the allies were in support of Israel was because of war crimes. And I don't think that that's particularly controversial.
I agree with it. I think war crimes are bad.
I will say this, and this is like not
and maybe it's not a hot take and we can move on, but
this isn't necessarily like this is just more food for thought and personal anecdotal experience from my life. I remember the day that I realized war crimes were complete and utter bullshit, and it was when I was a private in AIT, right, Advanced Individual Training, to go be a 68 whiskey, which was combat medic / healthcare specialist. And I was in a classroom because AIT is kind of like for medics is broken up into like two different things. There's like the first half you learn how to become like an EMT intermediate, and you also learn like extra things that EMTs don't do, like crikes, you know what I mean, like for like maxillofacial trauma when you need to get a airway and like cut open the throat, because that's stuff like only doctors do over here, but in combat it's something you kind of have to do. Right, so you learn certain medical interventions along with like basic EMT shit. And then the second half is like all your combat training stuff. And we are sitting in a classroom, and it's like maybe like 40 of us in this classroom. And there's me and one other guy who is like a lawyer there. And the rest of the people are typical soldiers, a little smarter than the average soldier because medics tend to be a little smarter, but regardless. And they wheel out like it's the fucking 90s, early 2000s substitute teacher type shit, and wheel out a TV for us to watch this fucking video. And in this video, they're describing why America is so much better than other countries because, we follow these international rules of war in a way that many other countries that are our adversaries, very, very war on terror propaganda video, right? That they're subjecting us to make us pump us up to be the good guys and to be proud to be medics, because the difference between us and them is, we treat our enemies and we run out onto the battlefield and onto the X, and we stop the blood and all that. And the important thing about this is the video is being narrated and told to us by Oliver fucking North. The guy in charge of the Iran-Contra gun running scheme that was like helping the CIA funnel crack into the ghettos while selling guns to like fucking people that would kill communists in South America, and also involved in like, you know, funneling money towards like, you know, anti-Iranian shit. Is an actual war criminal was describing to us why we're so fucking great. And I was sitting there and I'm with the other guy, and like both of us are like, is that fucking Oliver North? Like, that's the guy, right? Like, that's the guy that did. And we both like raise our, and they're like, soldiers, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares about your like high-minded political view. You're fucking private. And we were like, Rogers aren't, you know, and then we just fucking went about our day after being told to shut the fuck up. And I was like, oh, all of this is bullshit. And it always was bullshit.
That feels like such a broad brush, though. Like, I really hate to say it, but like, it is fucking crazy. It is insane in terms of the human history of war that we actually do patch up the enemies of
why do we do it? Do you know why we do it?
Good PR.
Sure, I agree. I fucking said that
it's
the
not
reason
PR.
why we call it war crimes is because of PR.
It's not PR.
No, like,
so there's so like here's a couple of things.
Because we're not
one of the reasons
anymore.
One of the reasons
not
for example,
as much.
Stop. You keep interrupting about something you know what you're talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
One of the reasons that we use the 5.56 round and we use the M16 followed by the M4, and especially in like you know, like convoys, part of it is that they're lighter weaponry and they're easier to carry, and the M4 is easy to do room clearing with. But another reason that we use that specific ammunition is because it does less damage. And the reason it does we prefer that it does less damage is because instead of blowing apart a human, they scream. And when they scream, they lower the morale of the enemy because they hear their friends screaming on the battlefield. And it exhausts medical supplies of the enemy because the enemy then has to take care of their wounded as opposed to just having a dead person. And the reason that we give medical treatment is because we learned that very often when you find somebody, especially conscripts or people like especially let's say the war on terror, a lot of these people, the Taliban showed up to their village, gave them a radio and said, I'm going to rape and murder your wife unless you tell me what the American soldiers are doing. Go hop on this moped and check and go and report back to me. That's the reason why we use the term insurgents, is because they're not all buddy, even though we were fucking evil people coming in and invading. That didn't mean the Taliban were their own fucking people either. And so we give medical treatment because the cost is relatively small for the amount of information we gain on the enemy. Because when you save wounded soldiers, it's very often very easy for us to gather intelligence on the enemy, which then lowers the amount of time. It's not PR, brother. It's not because we're good guys. It's because we found out that it's cost effective to wound them, to make them scream, and then to heal them, and then to gather information from them.
I think that what you're saying is true. Largely speaking, though, why did we make it a law? Why didn't we just, like, if we're fighting?
Yeah, why are we not Vikings like running into the village and raping all the women and taking our war brides? Like, I get it, yeah.
No. I hear what you're saying too. Like, I'm really not trying to whitewash American virtues in the military, and I think a lot of the criticisms are really fair about the way that we engage in warfare. However, I think when I
don't even know that they're criticisms. I'm just being blunt.
No, they're criticisms. You're criticizing the way that we engage.
If I was in charge of a private army, I'd do the exact same fucking thing to get more information and to wound soldiers and exhaust medical supplies.
No, sure, but it's also okay. You're criticizing a narrative. Is that fair to say?
Sure,
okay.
Maybe.
I think that. Hold on. Then it sounds like what you're saying is that these war crimes. Do you recognize that there's a PR element to the fact that, like, we are?
I made that argument earlier.
I'll disagree with Scott a little bit.
So then, dope.
I think there is a PR element. I'm just saying that, like, the idea that, like,
here.
I think we have the capacity to engage in warfare in a way that many of our enemies don't, and because of that, we have created rules that we loosely follow when they're convenient to us, because it allows us to sell our moral superiority and to gain additional funds and resources from other neutral countries, from other corporations and things of that nature, and therefore makes war cheaper and more effective, and allows us to be able to utilize the fact that other countries and nations engage in more barbaric forms of war because they're less developed and less financially capable people, in like painting them to be the bad guys. Like when we look at not Hezbollah, sorry, Hamas, right? And we look at them taking apart the water systems to like build, weaponry, or stealing aid supplies from countries, right? That is fucked up. That is something America, for the most part, doesn't do. That is something that makes Hamas more barbaric than Americans. But also, that is kind of what you would do if you were a dictatorial warband fighting against a greater power. Is you would use anything that you possibly can in order to fight back. And that includes stealing food from your own people or potentially stealing water so that you can build weapon systems. Like, there are no good guys in war. They don't exist.
Sure, but I do think that there is also like again, I'm really not disagreeing with anything that you're saying. Do you think that you're disagreeing with anything that I'm saying, or are you just building another narrative that is complementary to mine?
I think that I'm just trying to add context to a conversation.
Cool. I agree with that context.
I think in general, none of us really necessarily have like we're all on the pro side of this prompt, and we're trying to work out the nitty-gritty details and share the information and opinions we have. And I'm trying to complement that as much as I can. And there are slight disagreements I have with maybe certain narratives because I'm just trying to add what experiences I have as a libertarian or as a veteran.
Sure.
That's it.
I appreciate the narrative.
Okay.
And I think it's complementary. So I don't know if we have any disagreements.
Sure. Back to it. Friend, you're muted.
You're muted.
I think war crimes are bad.
Lick that boot, baby.
And
brave.
I think war crimes are bad. I know, very hot take, but I think that for some of the things that Scott you described, I understand there's like a military intelligence benefit, but I think that for a lot of war crimes there is a actual altruistic underlying goal mentality behind. I think
it's a Venn diagram. Right.
Yeah,
I think it's not a univariate. Yeah.
Fair enough. But I guess just to build on my point, like when you look at what some of the things that like are actually banned, right? So, now not every country signed up for this. Yeah, so you got rape, of course, not chemical weapons, because we saw that, determined that to be particularly horrific. Not all countries signed on to that, but still, I mean, this is again an attempt to try to cut out the most.
What major country didn't necessarily sign on to that?
Right.
I don't think we use. I know we use white phosphorus, which is pretty fucking awful, but I don't think we use like other chemical weapons.
White phosphorus is awful when used on a civilian population, and it's regulated on how it is used. The reason we use white phosphorus is that it is incredibly effective at getting rid of armor. Right,
no,
like you can use Willie Pete on like a
anything.
Tank, and a dude with a Willie Pete grenade can take out a fucking tank.
No, it's incredibly useful. I think there's a line here, because all war is awful, and if something's incredibly effective, you're gonna have a really hard time banning it because everybody's gonna want to fucking use it, right?
Right.
But when you look at things,
napalm.
Sure. When you look at things that are like less super effective and more just geared towards like causing a lot of despair and pain, like the three-sided bayonet, poison gas. Stuff like this, where like, okay, the benefits here aren't worth it compared to the overall the suffering associated with this. I think that there is an altruistic motivation there. Another thing is when it comes to targeting civilians, right? I mean, this is the goal is to try to remove another opponent's ability to wage war, not just cause widespread destruction on civilian populations. Do we ignore this? Yes, this does get ignored, especially when like World War II, when things are particularly dire, but we still recognize that it's bad. One of the reasons, for example, perfidy is considered a war crime is, and it's, as well as being a partisan is also considered a war crime, is because both are aimed at trying to prevent a military from having a motivation to attack civilians, right? If you ban soldiers from dressing up as civilians, that's what perfidy is. That is a war crime. You're not allowed to dress up as a civilian if you're a soldier. You have to be uniformed and identifiable as a soldier. And also the reason why it's banned for citizens to get together as partisans and attack occupying military, does this happen? Of course, but technically it's a war crime, is because we're trying to prevent the military from saying, hey, we had to kill the civilians. We had to shoot them. I didn't know if they were enemy soldiers in disguise. I didn't know if they're going to attack us. We had to kill them. We want to do everything we can to take away that justification. Why? Because I do think that there is an altruistic underpinning motivation for a lot of what we designate as war crimes. Is there going to be is there like a Venn diagram, an overlapping Venn diagram going on here? For sure. But I think that the things that I'm talking about, the reason why that's important is because I think it provides, what I'm arguing for, and I think what Hunter is arguing for, which is the underlying moral argument for why committing a bunch of war crimes generally is not so good, right? When you look at, what does it mean when we're doing a bunch of war crimes? Generally bad shit, right? Generally it means you're cluster bombing civilians. Generally it means you're raping people. I don't want that shit. That's really bad. Doesn't seem to be super effective at stopping the war. Just seems to be causing unnecessary human suffering. I think war crime's bad. Hot take.
Yeah. I don't think you'll find any disagreement amongst anyone sane.
Doobie?
Like we ought commit war crimes.
Just mention Hamas and then see what happens.
Well, I said sane.
First of all, call back to what you said previously, right? Doobie's made more money, so Doobie's a better person.
He's a better human being than me. Yeah, true.
Better human being than the rest of us.
Fair.
Yeah, I kind of we can go to Doobie. So I do want to bring in more people here. So yeah, Doobie, I know you have very strong thoughts on Israel Palestine. Now we don't have to necessarily talk about that.
No,
we're not necessarily. I'm not trying to draw this into a fight there, but I want to use that as a springboard, right? From especially like the conversations we've seen about Palestinians and how barbaric they are and how barbaric Hamas is and the whatnot, right? That what that looks like to me, right? And I think you might agree. You can tell me if I'm wrong. Is that Western media, right? Painting an overly negative picture of the adversary, right? And say we are better than them. This is part of American myth making, in my opinion. Not that Hamas hasn't done bad things. Please don't think I don't know that, right? Hamas has done bad things.
Do you condemn
Hamas? Our friend, yeah. Do I condemn? Yeah. But our friend Scott was saying, right? That part of it is just here's how you would engage in this paper where you're completely outmatched and outgunned, right? You aren't going to be shining knights, right? So using with that prism, right? What do you think about the larger context, the larger conversation about war crimes, right? Do you think that, for instance, The Hague, right? Do you think these institutions are largely simply Western powers imposing and all the rest, right? These are the rules you should all follow. Look how bad you are when you don't.
That's literally not exclusively, but there is a bias.
That's what it is. I think that's all it is. Yeah. That's what I said by virtue signaling earlier.
Haven't they condemned Israel multiple times?
No. We get to use or people get to use war crimes done by terrorists, or even the term terrorist, right? Look, this is terrorism when we go, but when we go to other countries, that's not called terrorism.
Yeah, because it's not state affiliated.
Terrorism.
Because there's not okay, one of the real reasons why we use terrorism to describe 9/11 is because it wasn't a state affiliated action. It wasn't Saudi Arabia that went to war with us, which means that it's super dubious to fight back against an attacker. That's the reason why we use that designation.
But then
but also that designation has a narrative that's behind it. That designation has weight behind it, and it has a framing, right? It's a propaganda term as well. We're fighting terrorists. We have this war on terrorism. It's not with these states; it's with these terrorists. But they happen to be within these states. We happen to kind of fuck with these states overwhelmingly.
Yeah, I'm super against us. I think one of my main
so I'm saying it's a virtue signal when we use when we say that other countries do these war crimes, and oh my god, how could we how could we let them do this, and but then we do this, like, maybe not the exact same war crimes, but then we do war crimes, and it's like,
we really don't do the same things that Hamas is doing. We really don't.
We do way worse than what they do. Actually, we do way worse than the shit they do.
Let me get in. This was aimed at Doobie. This was aimed at Doobie. So go ahead and then you guys can go back.
Explain how we're worse than Hamas.
We do it at a bigger level.
Okay, so just if you were to like sack the bodies, right? Compare the deaths caused by Hamas to the United States.
Of course,
I'm talking civilian. I'm talking civilian deaths. Okay, but by a lot.
No one.
Right?
Wait,
per capita.
Per capita.
Per capita.
Yes, per capita. Yes, even per capita.
Let me Google this.
By millions. By millions, even. Hold on, by millions.
It's up to you.
Yes, your non-biased Google search.
It's not about whether or not civilians died. It's about whether civilians are targeted. That is the difference.
Okay.
There are
civilians. So just because somebody's
encampments that
hold on, Hunter. Oh God.
If you hit a city, the civilians were targeted.
I agree.
Okay, so then
Hunter.
Let's let
when we impose sanctions on Iraq, that caused the deaths of, it's estimated like up to 2 million people, right? 1.5 to 2 million people, 500,000 kids. Was that aimed at the civilians? Because my understanding is that the reason we had those sanctions in place was to put pressure on the population, to put pressure on the government.
Yes.
Right. And same thing's happening in Iran right now. Mm-hmm. We're targeting civilian infrastructure
as well. Yeah.
No way. Yeah, we're targeting civilian infrastructure, meaning civilians, to get them to put pressure on the government. Right. We bombed their oil refineries, I think yesterday or earlier today, and the oil got into the sewer system. Now the fucking streets are on fire. Mm-hmm. Now they have toxic black rain that is going to give these people fucking cancer. Right. So like. Is that not targeting civilians? Because
I think that those are fucking insane. Hold on.
What's it called? What's it called when you accidentally?
It's a city of 10 million people, by the way. That fucking toxic black
collateral damage.
Yeah, they're just collateral damage. It's not target of civilian. That's collateral damage, Doobie.
Let's go to Hunter.
No, you're saying that tongue in cheek.
I need to add another. I need to add another. Okay. Because we know that as part of Israel's operations against Hamas, they intentionally targeted civilian infrastructure, including apartment buildings, including water plants, including food manufacturing centers, intentionally to get the civilians to put pressure on Hamas. They killed civilians.
Who's we? Okay. Israel is we now?
No, listen. Well, actually, yes. We basically co-sign everything Israel does. So basically, yeah. So
okay. So now we're just going to shift over to Israel's war crimes so that we can really I think you lean into this absurd position that
I have to
are like these benevolent war fighters compared to the horrific war crimes of the U.S.
Let's let Doobie finish.
If I can just finish really quickly.
Yeah.
And so then I have to fact check.
Why?
I'd like to go after too.
Why would we let him say such nonsense? It's like CNN. It's like CNN bringing on like a crazy person, to discuss how like America is poisoning the water.
Scott, you want to know why? Because I love Doobie's voice. It sounds so beautiful, right? I want to hear more of it. Go ahead. Spread your lies, Doobie, please.
Okay. So you can Google anything I'm saying, and you'll find that it's true, Scott. So I don't know what you're saying. So
I'll find.
I have a fact check. I have a fact check for you.
Okay, actually, let's try this.
Is better than the U.S.
Hold on, Scott. I understand this is your opinion. I'm talking about.
I grokked it. I grokked it on expert mode.
Okay, go for it.
It's hallucinating.
Okay. Are you ready for this? Quote: The United States has killed far more civilians in absolute numbers over the past 20 years, but when adjusted per capita. Civilians killed per Hamas member versus U.S. citizen, the rate for Hamas is dramatically higher by hundreds of times.
Obviously.
Okay, I think. Wait, hold on. I don't think.
How would it not obviously be the case?
Gore
just to know this. How many
blew you out of the water.
I would like to go.
1 second. Okay, no, you're not. I wasn't even done with what I was saying.
I just said I believe whatever Grok told me on your end.
I know you agree with whatever Grok said. Really quick.
I don't know why you won't have the same standard.
It agrees with me this time, but it does hallucinate.
Wait 1 second. So intentionally targeting civilian infrastructure using AI. There's the gospel. There's Lavender. There's Where's Daddy. So they use these programs. I know it's funny to you.
No. It's a silly name. Can I say it's a silly name?
I get
it's horrific that it happens.
But it bothers me that you have an opinion on this when you didn't know what the fuck those things were before we mentioned them earlier.
Wait, I didn't have
that irritates me.
Who's Daddy?
Well, you didn't have. Okay, you have an opinion on the war crimes.
I can pull up.
You have an opinion. You have an opinion that Hamas aren't the good guys.
I know.
How do you not know everything Israel's done?
For a second.
He never said Hamas was the good guys.
Why would I shut up? You're being a fucking retard.
Wait, hold on. I can pull up the thousand war crimes
I've
you've
never
never heard of.
spoken.
Oh, did you hear about that? In
Why?
Russia, there was
You have nothing of value to add other than you.
I have the math.
Tell me a single thing I said that I was incorrect.
I have the math to share with you right here. So civilians killed per Hamas member is 8 per 100 members, and then for the U.S. it's 1 per 10.6 million people.
Okay,
that
so it's
doesn't
not even
sound
close.
right.
If you add about
30,000 divided by 320 million.
Lactoid, I'm curious. Just while you're there, if you can just
Okay.
Google the amount of civilians killed by the United States versus Hamas, I'd be very curious.
Yeah,
Absolute numbers.
I have the raw.
Anyway,
I have the raw numbers.
Yeah,
it states right
it's
here.
gonna use direct.
Did you know that black people are the most peaceful and commit the least violent crime in America? According to Doobie, that's how math works. You should be afraid of a group of white teenagers, not black people. They're benevolent and they'll never mug you.
Be afraid of a group of black white teenagers.
We're falling to a trap here.
You know?
We're falling to a trap here. So, Ashley Lactoid, can you look up the amount of civilians killed per active duty American soldier or military member? That'd be more accurate, right? Because Hamas is the government and military of Gaza, not it. So counting every person.
Yeah, but we're at
United
war
States
with
against that is
Hamas
ridiculous.
alone. We're at war with Hamas, and Hamas is at war with
Hamas?
America. I feel
No,
like
it's
more
not.
comparable.
Hamas is
No,
at
it's
war
not.
with America?
We're at war with
Hamas is at war with fucking Israel.
Can you work with him a little bit?
We are
No,
Israel.
don't-
We are
Remember, Israel's war crimes are our war crimes,
Well,
but
I mean,
Israel's
Israel-
enemies are not our enemies.
Wait. Israel's wars are our
Whatever
wars.
it's convenient for this
No,
bullshit narrative that Hamas
I don't
is
think that's
somehow
fair.
benevolent fucking people. Like, get the
That's
fuck
not
out
what
of
he
here,
I never
said.
bro.
said this.
Because we're talking like we're isolating our ire specifically to the terrorist group itself. Meanwhile, you guys are broadening this to America, right? Like
No, I'm not.
America has done more of these war crimes.
No, I'm not. You're not following the fucking conversation.
I must not be.
Well, okay, maybe I'll backtrack it for you. Okay.
All right.
So what my
Calm
understanding
down.
of what we're talking about is terrorism and what it means to do like a terrorist act, right? What the fuck is terrorism? And I think like Ali and like Prime, that a lot of this is just propaganda that's used to push a narrative that the other side is a demon and we're the good guys, right? Where if you were to actually look at this without that stupid story, you'd find that we are guilty of far worse shit than most of these groups that we talk about.
I'd like to go next.
Right. So and Hunter, just finish what I was saying earlier.
We injected
Um,
crack into our own country.
Okay. Hunter, just finish what I was saying earlier.
We got like fucking.
Okay,
Oh,
it's really
with
quick.
Iran Contra.
I'd like you to just
I
explain
mean-
to me, Hunter,
Uh-huh.
why you think it is that Israel intentionally targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure. They say themselves to put pressure on Hamas is not terrorism. Where
Oh.
Hamas, which is the government of Gaza, by the way, it is the government attacking Israel. That is terrorism.
Well, I would not say that. I don't know who said that.
Wait, hold on. You said
That
that it's
wasn't
not
me.
terrorism because it comes from a state. It's like a state.
Correct. I would say that it's not terrorism when Hamas wages war on Israel.
Okay, so you don't think October 7th was terrorism?
No.
Wow,
But
I think
it's
it's
a good
good.
thing.
Plus, you think October 7th wasn't terrorism?
I think that was terrorism.
Hold on.
Civilians?
Everyone shut the fuck up for
Don't
2 seconds.
fall
Shut
for
the fuck
Doobie's
up
lies.
For 2 seconds.
He's gonna get you.
These are
I
word
agree with you.
games.
No, I agree with you.
I'm saying October 7th was one of the most horrific,
Terrorist.
disgusting,
So bad, so
militaristic
terrible, I get it.
attack
Worse than 9/11,
I have
right?
ever seen. I only use the word terrorist for non-state actions. That is my distinction. That's it. I think that if we're comparing military actions, October 7th is one of the worst things that any military has done in a fat minute.
That's ridiculous. What are you talking about?
Okay. I
Okay,
think
hold on.
that
If you want to say in a fat minute, sure, I give it to
targeting
you.
a fucking music festival is
Sure, I give it to you.
insane.
In a fat
That's
minute,
insane.
sure, I give it to you.
They didn't
But
target-
I mean,
you
they
don't
were
need
running
to-
around raping
you don't need
people
to
and
look
shooting
that
people.
far
That's pretty
to
bad.
see the Sabra and Shatila massacre. Okay, you don't need to look that far to see that. So, like, which was far worse, by the way. Far more.
What's it
people-
called?
Rape of
Wait,
Man
what's it
King
called?
was worse too. I
What's it
agree.
called?
Sabra
Sabra
and
Shatila
Shatila
massacre.
Can you
What
spell
is
that
it?
for Gork?
SABRA
SAB, yeah.
SHATILA for Shatila.
Sorry, Sabra Shatila.
That was
massacre,
Lebanese Christians,
1982.
if I remember correctly.
So 45 years ago.
Wait, we're talking about 1982.
Any-
Oh, come on.
Is that? Oh wait,
Yeah.
hold on. Is that too far in the past for you?
Yeah, it's too far in the past.
Well, I mean, he said a fat minute. Like, I don't know.
I think 45 years is a fat minute.
I think 45 years fits fat minute.
Anyway, hold on.
I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah.
I think the facts on the ground have changed since the 1980s.
Look up the international times and standards, right?
Yeah, you guys are just stuck in the 80s. The Contra affair, cocaine, fucking Israeli war crimes.
I want to say one more thing. I cannot stand this Marxist ass, stupid ass shit where they turn indirect actions like sanctions and they compare them to fucking massacring a music festival. You see someone with a fucking grenade launcher go into a bunch of people celebrating and just open fire, and you go, really, when you think about it, this is kind of exactly similar to reducing the trade opportunities for a specific state. Sorry. There is a difference between those two fucking things.
Hold on.
What about USA?
Hold on.
Is reducing
No,
US
if you are a Marxist, hold on. If you are a Marxist, you should celebrate sanctions.
I don't read.
I didn't say you were. I'm just saying real quick to the Marxists, right? If you should celebrate sanctions, because what that does is that ensures that the economy stays within the country and that the workers own the means of production and that these evil capitalist exploitative systems and globalists, right? Like, why, if you're a Marxist, why would you be upset about not trading with capitalist institutions that are exploiting the labor market? Come on.
Theory. They don't know what the fuck is sanction.
I don't know what fucking ghost you guys are talking to, right? I'm not a Marxist. What I'm telling you is I understand.
It's a Marxist theory.
No, that's stupid.
Yeah, no one cares.
What I'm saying,
no one cares.
I don't give a fuck. I'm not a Marxist. I don't care.
That's like calling the counter terrorist theory. It's just a fucking word. It's a buzzword.
Fine, I'll give that up. I find that theory silly.
If you intentionally impose a famine on a nation, I don't see you as much better than a dude who shot somebody in the head. Okay,
I think that there's a little bit fucking difference.
How are we imposing a famine? Did we soil the crops? Did we soil the crops?
Exactly.
Did we destroy their food? Or did we just simply say you can't trade with us because you're commies?
It's fucking crazy. It's crazy comparing this.
Actually,
and I'm
hold
against
on.
sanctions,
I will
by
tell
the
you.
way.
Hold on, Scott. Actually, yes. Because in the Gulf War, we bombed their water treatment plants, right? And then after the Gulf War, we imposed sanctions that prevented them from getting what they needed to repair them. Hold on, from getting what they needed to repair those things, which led to them having cholera, dysentery, fucking massive outbreaks of these diseases that actually
so trade with other nations is now a human right
more than any other people.
Welcome to becoming a libertarian.
I understand you don't give a fuck, but like the reality is,
no, I do give a fuck. I'm saying that it's not the same thing as attacking musical festivals. You fucking retard.
I think it's much worse. I think it's much worse.
Yeah, it's insane how your brain
please
operates.
Shut up. Yeah, no, it's not really. I think my brain operates perfectly. Okay, I think you're fucking immoral, and you'd like to have this fucking self-righteous view of yourself because oh god, those poor music festival goers who I saw got shot and killed. I get it. Sad.
Who do I not have sympathy for, by the way?
But I don't think that's worse than intentionally putting together the conditions where children are going to fucking starve to death or get cholera and die.
Okay. You know what? Hold on. Pause. I have just one simple question. Okay. One simple question. If the Hamas leadership was in charge of a global superpower, do you have what do you think they would do with the American imperialist West? Do you think they'd sanction them?
That's such a stupid.
Hold on. I have a new
question.
Okay, so you're a pussy on top of being insane.
Be a new ocean.
I have no reason to talk. I'm going to play World of Warcraft. I'm playing World of Warcraft. He's not worth talking to.
I have a question to Doobie. I have a question to Doobie.
Yeah, I'm farming. Yeah,
Doobie. I'd like to ask you. Are you
bye, pussy?
One second. Hold on.
Bye.
1 second. I'll engage your question for a second, and then I'll state something really quickly, right? And then we go to Hunter, right? Look,
right, but the question wasn't to you.
That's
I know you'll answer it honestly. You're not being a pussy and a coward like Doobie right now. You're being a real fucking man, standing behind your presumed convictions.
What I told you is a stupid fucking question. And so my understanding, hold on, if I had to imagine what they would do, given that the reason for their existence is to stop the Zionist project, I assume they would take out Israel in some way, either through bombing or war, whatever the fuck, They'll destroy Israel, which I actually might be okay with. Actually,
wait, hold on.
I don't think there's any reason to believe.
Aren't those the civilian deaths you don't give a fuck about?
No, what are you talking about?
Where would the millions of people that live there go?
Well, I don't
it
know.
Doesn't matter because you're asking him to be rational or to not hold contradictions.
Let him answer the question. What are you talking about? What are you talking about the Israeli citizens?
Hold on. Again, why are you talking about these like civilian like Israelis? I'm not talking about those people. When I say the Zionist project,
so you think Hamas would be really kind to them?
Shut up! Shut the fuck up! New question: are you in favor of the BDS movement?
Yes.
Okay, what does the S stand for in BDS?
Sanctions. I think we should impose sanctions on Israel.
Doesn't that hurt Israeli citizens and not the
I fucking hope so. I fucking hope so.
What the fuck are we fucking talking about? Your entire fucking point is that I have no sympathy for citizens, and then you.
No, he's saying there's no difference between sanctions.
There's obviously levels, right? So if it was true that the sanctions put on, Scott, and that's funny too. If it was true that the sanctions being imposed were causing the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Israeli children, I'd want them to stop because I'm not a fucking psychopath.
Right.
You lying sack of shit. You just celebrated civilian deaths over a bunch of times and said that you would be okay with them, quote unquote. They would probably wipe out Israel and I'd be okay with that. That was you 35 seconds ago.
Civilian deaths. I'm not talking about civilians.
Why are you against
You think Hamas is going to fucking peacefully send them back to fucking Europe? They're going to bomb them out of fucking existence.
They will actually genocide them. That's what Hamas
means. No, they would not. No, they would
obviously
not.
they would.
Oh, they might. I don't know.
No, they would not.
Maybe they follow through with from the river to the sea. Maybe I don't know.
You
Why would you think
Palestinians. Okay.
You're calling me a dumb bitch? But I saw her was dumb bitch. What's that?
There's no reason to think that means genocide.
There's no reason to think what you were mumbling again.
From the river to the sea. Why would you assume that means genocide?
Because they
mean it that way all the time and talk about that meaning that
why do you
all the time.
No, they don't.
In their covenant. In their covenant, I know that they erased it like 5 years ago.
They changed it, yeah.
I know.
They changed it. It used to say that the rocks would cry out that there is a Jew hiding behind me, and the trees would let them know that there's a secret Jew that we can kill. Yeah,
you have to have your head in the sand to pretend like, oh, they didn't obviously change this for PR reasons. One of their closest allies and fellow Iranian proxy, the Houthis, in their flag quite literally have a curse upon the Jews in Arabic right there on the flag. Their state propaganda is if you look at the Houthi flag, it's right there in red. The state propaganda, like I actually went through, when you look at the shows and you look at the language and you look at the kids shows that they have in Hamas administered Gaza, I mean it's very brutal and it's very clear. Like we're going to
about how they can't wait to kill the Jews.
We're going to kill literally. Hold on.
But we're not talking about Israel. We're talking about compared to the U.S.
Hold on.
We don't have that in the U.S.
There's like some equivalent to like Sesame Street, and they were quite literally like the lesson was. Am I wrong? Was the lesson not to kill the Jews?
Wait, hold on. Lactod.
I watched it.
Lactod, wait 1 second. There was a study done on this by an Israeli professor who compared the
self-hating.
True. I thought it. You said it.
Compared the way that Israelis, the Israeli education system versus the I think it was the West Bank and Gaza education systems, how they speak about each group, right? And he actually found that there actually wasn't much difference. There are many examples in the Israeli education system, I'm not done, where they dehumanize Palestinians, dehumanize Arabs generally, and Muslims generally, spoke of them as like murderers and psychopaths. And it's not
Islam
uncommon.
is a religion of murder.
Yeah, there you go. It's not uncommon. Ali here's a murder psychopath. He wants to kill people. I know you think he wants to kill people.
Well, no, he's a cafeteria Muslim. He's a secular Muslim.
That's fine.
Right? He'd be a better person if he gave it up.
Which is why Lactod.
Why? Islam is evil.
Why Lactod.
Obviously.
We don't have limited amount of time.
Look, send me the study, and I'll read it.
But hold on.
I'm just saying that's perfectly rational and reasonable to say that a Muslim
is evil thing.
Just like anti-Semitism. We don't have limited amount of time, please.
I don't know.
Fucking
kids and killing people whenever you want by your warlord is evil.
I'm sorry.
That's all Muslims.
That's all the Abrahamic religion.
It's just that's Islam.
I'm listening. Come on, hold on, guys. Doobie, explain to me why Hamas is good.
Wait, one second. So what I said earlier, I think that is the reason, right? When they do these polls of, whether or not Israelis think it's okay to kill all the Palestinians or what they want to happen to them.
Some of those polls are pretty bad, yeah.
Yeah, massive portions of the Israeli public, 30, 40, 50%, are totally okay with genociding these people. That doesn't come from nowhere. And there are many videos, if you want to look at, I saw videos of this kid saying death to the Jews or whatever the fuck. Many videos you could find of Israeli children saying the exact same shit.
Right? So that's us, right?
I can't wait to get older.
So that's us, right?
I agree.
Kill Palestinians.
What's your point?
So
it's got nothing to do with the U.S. It's just a red herring.
Christian Zionists support the fuck out of that, especially in the U.S. Particularly in the U.S.
The time we have.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a fucking tenuous connection, if you will, to Israeli propaganda versus Christian Zionists. As if that's us.
Please, we don't have limited amount of time. So I'm going to reframe. This is what I've been trying to do for a while. Okay, right? Look, I think.
Well, you brought on the fucking Hamas fucking retard. So of course he made it about Israel and Hamas. You're the one that keeps inviting him to do that.
I did start it. I did mention.
We keep inviting you to do libertarian theory.
First of all, and Prime will never.
I stay on topic.
Prime will never stop talking about Palestine. He'll bring up at all points in time, on all conversations. We're talking about your kids, right? And they're going to school. They brought home macaroni. All right. I'm gonna bring up Palestine. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna talk about all those kids in Palestine.
Wouldn't it be nice if Palestinian kids could do that?
Right? Yeah. Prime will bring up Palestine.
It would
every time. Okay.
We got to get rid of Hamas for them to be able to do shit like that, though, right?
So.
Obviously,
get rid of Israel first and get rid of Hamas after.
I think we get lost in this song. We talk about like worse.
I'd love to get rid of the Israeli government for sure.
Guys, please, guys, come on.
That's just because it's a government.
Stop! Shut up!
It's a particularly rough one.
Oh my god, guys, come on, please. It's not fair. Knock it off. Come on, you're being rude. Knock it off, okay?
Wait, to who?
To me.
Oh,
that's the biggest problem. You're being rude to me. That's the worst thing you could do. Shut up for a second. Anyway, I promise I'm not going to take long. I think the problem comes through when we're talking about worse. Then we start ranking ranking harms, right? Which it sends us into a swamp, right? The framing that I was trying to push here, right, is about respectability. We can understand harm is being done, right? I think no one denies, right, that sanctions do harm, and then murdering people, right, like AK-47s does harm, right? Okay, but what is viewed as respectable? Who gets to go in front of the UN, right, and pontificate about their inherent goodness and the other side's inherent evilness, right? Who gets to use the power of international institutions, right, to punish certain people for breaking those laws, right? Even the language, right? So the whole thing about terrorism, right? And this is not something I'm just coming up in my head, right? You can look this up. There's been
you're getting it from Noam Chomsky. I get you.
Maybe Noam Chomsky probably said this. Actually, it's probably true.
I don't know if you want to back it.
Yeah, I know. It's a little dicey. It's a little
Marxist,
but.
A little.
But hold on. But
no, it's post-anarchist Marxist brain rot. Get it right.
I promise I'm almost done. The word terrorism, right? Literally the word terrorism before 9/11, how it was used and how often it was used, right, is completely different to how we use it now. It has massively expanded, right? And it tends to be bad guys that we don't like, right? It's diluted. And so we have to be careful when we're just using terrorism. Who gets applied that word terrorist? Because it's expanded, but only expanded in certain directions. Hasn't expanded evenly. So that's what I want to talk about, right?
Okay.
Who gets?
Can I challenge that narrative? Because I think there's a few things here, right? I'm not a fan of U.S. or Israel domestic or foreign policy. I think I make it very clear that I think the U.S. is engaged in a number of monstrous death cult behavior for our own corporate and global power. That being said, I do think that there is a few issues with this narrative that to me feels very much like what the left in the early 2000s used to talk about when they would bring on two people to debate, like climate change. And they would be very, very upset because you were giving the same amount of time and respect to someone that said that climate change is just a hoax and that there's no evidence. And they would say, like, why in the fuck are you treating this like these are two equally valid, sane opinions? And I feel similar to the frustration that, like, you know, pro-climate people probably had in the early 2000s to when we were talking about the concept of, like, who's the good guy really, or, you know, like, or even who's the less bad guy, when we are talking about organizations that are in leagues doing behavior that we took off of the table because we find them to be too abhorrent to the human condition and so abhorrent that we don't even allow them in war. Things like rape, things like stoning people, things like, yes, agreed, fucking targeting civilians, which, you know, there's mixed messaging on, but it seems like there's a lot of fucking evidence that Israel intentionally targets civilians when they have other options on the table. And that's fucking horrific. And we can call that out as horrific. But the idea that, like, because a group has less power, that it's somehow there's some nobility to that is something that I find very pervasive within a lot of anti-Western, anti-imperialist places, that there's some level of respect or nobility that ought be given to Hamas or Hezbollah or any of these organizations when there's no respect. These are fucking monsters. That doesn't mean that they're monsters on the same scale as the US or Israel, which has more power, but it does mean that they are fucking monsters, and many of the things they do at a rate that is worse than what the US or Israel does, because at least US
I'm not sure about
the US, but the US and Israel are at least pretending to be the good guys, and Hamas at all. And as one, and
I think the US is better than Israel. I think the US is better than Israel. I think these actually are different.
But there's a big hole in this manufacturing consent regurgitation that you have here, which is nobody except for a few crazy bots on Twitter has really referred to Russia or Ukrainians as the terrorists engaged in terrorism. Right? And it's because they're state actors. It's because it is a organizational structure of a military that is representative of those countries' political systems and what they're engaged in.
Yes.
Definitionally so. It does.
It doesn't make it not bad.
Well, if the idea is attacking civilians and trying to change political thought, blah 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 blah, is done, like, I don't understand the really.
No, but the key distinction,
like Hamas invading Israel.
No, the key distinction. No, the key distinction. The key distinction,
because they're white and they're not Muslim.
Yeah, well, no, like, no. It's just
there are Muslims fighting in the Ukraine war, the Chechens.
There are, yeah.
I'm just saying, I don't think there's Russia invading Ukraine and what's called, other than the fact that they're state actors, like that doesn't really change
the difference. Right, but it changes the word, and the word is meaningful because of this. And the reason that it's an important distinction is that when Russia attacks, we can, right? Let's say Russia attacked us and they didn't attack Ukraine, and we were in a direct confrontation and war with Russia. And let's take nukes off the table so we don't have this, like, mutually assured discussion scenario, right? When Russia attacks us, we can look at their leadership, much like you do with terrorist organizations. But we can know that there are civilian population centers and then there are military bases. We can know what they're funding, like the organizational structure and the means by which they engage in war are fundamentally different than isolated terrorist cell activity groups that are engaged in attacking population centers or other things just for an effect, which, let's say, even if Russia is doing that, it's horrible, it's evil, but it's not a terror attack. It's a nation state waging war, and the way in which we engage in that war is going to be different because of the organizational structure of that entity.
Quick question to the other side, right? Quick question. Okay, right. it's often stated that Iran, right, from Western press, Iran is the biggest
state
sponsor
of terror.
State sponsor of terror, right?
Right.
But that is
it's probably the U.S.
Okay, great, Hunt. Then you've already answered my question. I want to hit up the rest, right? Probably the greatest state sponsor of terror. And by what they mean by that is that through its proxies, right? Like it institutes attacks around the world or whatever, right? Okay, great. But we all know, everyone here also knows the U.S. works through proxies. So, and like has like actually sponsored like fucking like death squads, right? So when the U.S. does that, is that terrorism?
I wouldn't say that what Iran do is
it's state-sponsored
terrorism. State-sponsored terrorism. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So, but still,
it's not terrorism.
Okay.
Here, hold on. Let me give the strongest.
Why are we playing these?
Wait. No, Hunter. Wait, hold on. Let me give the strongest. No, I know.
Because Hunter, you're the one who like lost his fucking mind about this. That's why we're talking about it.
No, I can give the.
Your mind about it, so I have to define this whole thing because of you, actually.
Let me help.
I see pretty.
Let me give the strongest.
When was I screaming?
Let me give the strongest. Like, here's the strong. Is us arming the Kurds? Is this us being a sponsor of terrorism?
Who are you asking?
Is it to me? Sorry, is this to me?
To I guess I'm rephrasing your question, Prime, because right now we are arming the Kurds to fight Iran. We armed the Kurds.
That'd be an interesting question for Hunter.
We armed the Kurds to fight the Syrian government. They are a non-state. They're a nation of people, but they're a non-state actor that we are funding to launch insurgent activities within various nation states. Are we a state sponsor of terrorism for arming the Kurds? Because the Turks would say yes.
Right.
The Kurds are terrorists according to the Turks.
Right. Would I? Yeah, I would probably say yeah. I'd probably say yeah.
Interesting.
Now I want to be super clear. Wait, hold on. I want to be super clear about this designation. It is extremely possible. Now, I'm not too familiar with the state of Turkey right now, so there's going to be some ambiguity. There are some, quote me on this, I'm ready to be clipped out of context. Some terrorism is good. I would probably argue that the Revolutionary War was an act of terrorism.
Clipped. Go. Okay. Interesting. Scott, what's your take?
Like it was a band of essentially civilian militias who
funded by the Spanish and the French.
Power. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
in some ways, they're terrorist organizations. That's why I don't fucking like this. Like, well, what is terrorism and what it's not? It's what is bad and what is good. Like some terrorism, it's like, shit, we got to overtake our government here. This is fucked. And some terrorism is not good. Most terrorism is not good.
So I would agree. Oh, sorry. I thought he was asking me. I would agree. I would also just add the context that Turkey likes to play this fucking game a lot where they pretend to be holier than thou because of their tenuous relationship with Europe. Meanwhile, Al-Nusra is getting all its fucking weapons because we sell it to Turkey so that Turkey can sell it to Al-Nusra, right? Yeah. They are in effect a proxy for our proxy.
No, they're also state sponsors,
right? Right, and much of that is U.S. state-sponsored terrorism.
Yeah.
What we do is we sell a bunch of shit to Turkey, and like we sell them like claymores and anti-air missiles, and then they sell it to institutions to fight against Bashar al-Assad's regime, or like in Syria.
So what does that do to our?
So here's
Israel's claiming they're the next threat because they're the second biggest sponsor of terrorism for them and the biggest threat. I mean, that just changes, right?
I'm just saying that like foreign politics is really fucking messy, and none of these people are good guys.
Yeah, for sure. My definition here is I think that you guys have been sticking a little bit too strong. Like terrorist is less of a hard and fast definition.
Sure.
And more of just a heuristic and yes, politically loaded designator that we tend to put on. Like it's a little bit of a vibes thing, right? If we have an enemy that tends to be a non-state actor, not always, and they tend to attack civilians, not always, and they tend to do so with the intent of causing fear and disruption, not always, then we designate them as a terrorist. I think the most strict definition of terrorist is technically if you attack a non-military target with the intent of causing or trying to sap the will to fight amongst the civilian population.
Right.
This is technically terrorism. This is tough because then you would say that nearly every war involves terrorism, but that I think it sort of leads the definition to be a little bit useless. I'm actually pretty comfortable with it being real quick. I think I'm actually pretty comfortable with it being a little bit of a vague heuristic where we have an organization, they tend to attack civilians, they tend to cause disruption, and they tend to do so with some kind of oppressive intent. I'd be comfortable calling them terrorists. If they do
Israel terrorists, right?
No, because and I would
why not?
Because I do think that like the heuristic being
white.
is no the heuristic you're being
no the heuristic they're European.
No.
You guys are
they're talking about 10 years old. We all us whites know those Jews aren't white now. We figured that out.
We figured it out. Anyway,
it took us a little while, but we're coming along, boys.
I am comfortable with like the heuristic being like, generally speaking, a non-state actor who is launching attacks against civilians with the intent of like striking fear into the hearts of that population group. That is generally terrorists. If it's a non-state actor who is fighting for like the liberation of themselves, then it's not a terrorist group. Is the line here super fucking gray and super difficult? Yeah, it is.
So this is why I have a problem.
Very quick.
No.
I keep trying to clarify this. It's very quick. I promise. Promise super quick.
Oh boy.
I promise. I think it is important sometimes that we understand that we ought use words as a noun more strictly and as an adjective less strictly. That an action or a group can be terroristic and not necessarily meet a strict definition of terrorism, the same way the Trump administration can be fascistic but not necessarily fascist.
I hear you there. Okay, so hold on.
That's fair.
Here's my problem though. My problem is I don't think Lactoid stated this, so I'm going to direct this at our friends Scott and Hunter, right? And my problem is this idea of state-sponsored terrorism, right? That seems like you're trying to have it kicking in it too. That seems like, hey, we're going to have of course, states can be involved in terrorism, but as long as there's a separation of handing money to people who don't directly fall under our forces to do the exact same thing we could have the CIA do, right? Well, then
we aren't the terrorists in the situation.
And now different from a state.
You guys
action.
keep fucking.
So,
no, this is just a word game.
I know. That's why I'm fucking so annoyed at this.
You guys are the ones
it's a word game.
Upset about the
you
words.
Guys are you're obsessed.
No.
Okay.
You guys are the ones upset about the words and like fought us tooth and nail.
Yeah, you're playing word games. That's why we're upset about the words, because you're playing word games.
No, state-sponsored terrorism should be an oxymoron. According to your definition, state-sponsored terrorism should be an oxymoron, like an ANCAP-backed nation state, right? Like that these two things shouldn't mix. But here they are, right? And it seems like
I don't know what to tell you.
I disagree completely. You're playing a word game.
I think that's silly. Silly. I can point to like a toy gun and I can call it a fake gun. And you know what I'm talking? Well, is it really a gun? Well, I don't know. You called it fake. I don't like. God damn it. I don't know. There are tons of communist countries that say they're anti-state and still operate within a state. Like your example is fucking weird because that's what the USSR kind of was. Is they were operating under Marxist idea of like this stateless enterprise, but they still engaged in a state. I don't know. We still call it a communist country. Well, like
terrorism is terrorism, but you like make you're making a carve out for it, right?
No.
Like
no,
what carve out?
So,
it's not terrorism.
Literally
sponsored terrorism.
Hold on. This is a word game.
You're removing the sponsor from the terrorism. That's the issue. When you're saying, "Oh no, that's not terrorism."
I think that distinction might not
terrorism. We didn't do the terrorism. We paid someone else to do the terrorism.
Holy shit!
No,
I'm not saying that we weren't fucking fully culpable for what the terrorist action.
So then it's terrorism done by the state.
So
it's just state terrorism.
This is the fucking word games.
This
I
is
would
the
agree
word
with
game.
you.
You're the one having the word game.
Your definition.
You're the one doing the word game.
Hold on.
You're literally trying to redefine terms.
Or my
so
definition?
you're trying to redefine
Just
terms.
pick one, and then I'll tell you
stretch.
how I define
You're trying to listen. You're trying to redefine terms and stretch it so that you have the capacity to use the loaded word that you dislike so much against the United States so that you can destroy the value of the word terrorism because you want to be able to put Israel and Palestine and America onto equal grounds. That is exactly what you are doing. We both Hunter and I agreed that the concept of state-sponsored terrorism applies to the United States as much as it does to Iran. So there's no ideological problem here. What the problem is that we are sticking to a definition that makes sense about what the difference is between state-sponsored terrorism, military action that is unjustified or war crimes, and terrorism are that these are different things. You are the one playing a word game, muddying the water between all three of these things so that you can be like, well, at the end of the day, it's all terrorism, it's all this, it's all meaningless, and therefore now we can talk about the merits of good or bad between Hamas and the U.S. And it's silly.
Hold on,
wait, hold on. I'm gonna go. Hold
on.
I clocked your shit so perfectly, and now you're mad.
What I was doing. I specifically made a point at this start to say, yeah, Hamas does those terrible fucking things, right? I agree with your point.
So did we.
So yeah, exactly. There's an equivocation between the two.
I agree with your point.
Yeah, you're equivocating.
There are no good guys there, so I wasn't trying to do any of that.
Right? You're trying to muddy the water between the two bad guys.
You're turning
by trying to get rid of words.
Hey, we all do bad things. We all do bad things.
No, we're fucking not. We have precise definitions that have different categories, and we apply them appropriately when we said that Iran, Israel, and America are all state sponsors of terror. You're full of it right now, dude. Completely full of it. To say that we are muddying the waters. That's insane.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
I gotta get some water. I'm gonna lose my voice.
Sorry. I'd love to hear. So here's the thing. If I want to use my definition, I would say, yeah, America invokes state-sponsored terrorism. There's actually no problem with an oxymoron existing in the English language. They happen all the time. They creep up into our language all the time. There's no issue with a carve out there. I'm not endorsing anything that America's doing, and I don't put this like negative distinction necessarily on terrorism because I'm operating in such a stark, like necessary and sufficient conditions with the term terrorist. If I invoke lactoids distinction, then I would say, okay, well, it's a little bit muddier. We can have this sort of like, we can have this gradient. And then I would say, okay, well, America is certainly less of a terrorist than Hamas is, but to some degree they might be. To some small degree. Yeah, for sure. Wait, I don't even understand the criticism.
Here's a good way of putting it. Wait, hold on.
What's the legality on hiring a hitman? What do you serve different?
It's illegal to hire a hitman.
No, but do you serve differently for the death afterwards, right? Or are you culpable for the death? Are you also the murderer in that case?
You are to some degree the murderer.
Is it just the person who? No. That's what I'm asking.
I think that there's probably illegal. You probably are going to be charged with a little bit less, but still probably of.
I don't know the exact. I don't know the exact differentiation. It's going to be very similar. It's going to be very similar to murder. Probably an accomplice to murder. There's probably maybe some specific statutes about this. There's. I don't fully know, but maybe a good way to elaborate my opinion on what Hunter's saying is. If somebody says one lie, does that make them a liar? I would say no. But if somebody's constantly lying, then eventually they might hit the point where I call them a liar. And I think this is sort of how terrorism works.
Wait. If someone lies to you and you don't know anything about them, then yeah, they're even if they lied once, they are a liar until proven otherwise.
But we're taking a
percentage. I'm like, yes, you would.
Yeah. If you have a friend,
it doesn't matter. You don't know that they haven't lied before.
No, if you have a friend, let's say you got a friend that you've known for a while. Let's say they've been around for 200 years, and it's like, oh, how much do you weigh? And they're like, oh yeah, I'm 250, and in reality,
I'm going to say,
and then you find out.
I'm going to say depending on.
So it's a lie. Yeah, it depends on the severity of the lie. Yes. Depends on how frequently they lie. All of these are factors that we go into determining whether or not they are a liar. I think it's also fair when we're analyzing a organization to see like their general actions. What are they that dictate whether we call them a terrorist organization or not? I actually sort of like what Scott said before.
Inference.
Yeah,
it's a Bayesian inference is what you're engaging in, right?
Right.
Like, what is a woman, and then the left freaks the fuck out.
Well, that has an objective definition.
No, the right knows about it, but
without getting into that.
Yeah,
but
we'll
like
debate about that later.
Yeah, we'll debate about that later. But like, so when I'm looking at Hamas, which according to the best
there are gradients
information,
of qualia that determine a definition when you're talking about identities.
You
Sure.
you can
you can, but even if we ignore the different qualia and we just hyperfixate on one specific qualia, if we hyperfixate on one specific thing of like liar or terrorist, I think that you can very credibly say that organizations like Hamas fit terrorist while America doesn't. I think that's more than fair to say.
Or at least more so. Definitely more so.
Yeah, but again,
to America,
there is a line.
Outside.
No. The sanctions.
I agree with you.
But the sanctions.
The parties.
The stated.
I'm just saying they're probably going to play some.
The stated goal of the the stated goal of the sanctions, which our politicians have agreed again and again, is to weaken the civilian population, right? Put the suffering on the population, right? To have political change, to literally topple the government. That was the point that they keep stating. So, like, how is that not like to immiserate the population, right, for political change, right? So, how is that not terrorism? Like
because of their government, because of their government engaged in private property rights and free markets, their people wouldn't suffer no matter what sanctions you put on them. It is ultimately the sanctions ultimately only work against a country because that country engages in oppression of its own people.
All true, all very true.
Like it's just true.
But
it's
Prime,
not fucking.
But Prime, like here, I'll put it this way, right?
It's super relevant.
All right, let me move on.
I'll put it this way, right? So like when you look at nations, like when you look at Hamas on October 7th, do you think they made any effort, even of the most minor kind, to distinguish between military and civilian targets?
Genuinely, I think they do, and they targeted the civilians.
Possibly, but
genuinely, I think that.
I think that's probably true.
I think they went into attack. They found no fucking military around them because for some reason there was no fucking military.
I think they I don't think they targeted the music festival. If I remember correctly, and if I'm wrong, I'm not trying to put this information out there, right? Okay. But I think the music festival literally moved its date. And then it was there, and they were as surprised as anyone that the music festival was there.
So see a bunch of dancing kids, and they just shoot them.
Hold on. One second.
Well, they went in on a mission.
That being said, you're not gonna like the next thing I like. The next thing I say is the thing that's gonna upset you, right? The next thing I say is that, hey, I have a problem with people who have those fucking festivals right next to a ghetto, right? God. If this was outside of a Jewish ghetto, yeah, I'd have a big fucking problem with it. Yeah, let's have a fun party there. No, kind of fuck those people. But that being said, I don't want them to die. But fuck them, right? That there's like a mindset that's involved in doing that, right? Like not caring about what's happening.
I hear you.
All that's relevant to this calculation. Go ahead.
But it's not, because that was the Nova Music Festival.
It's also relevant that there was no military operatives around there because for some reason they were pulled away from that area for that day.
Hold on. I think that is kind of a little bit of conspiracy theory. So before we get into that for a second, the Nova Music
doesn't out steel beams, buddy. You know,
the Nova Music Festival was not.
The one thing we shouldn't tell conspiracy theorists is that they're wrong.
It was not fueling. The Nova Music Festival was not about like anything to do with the occupation, anything to do with any kind of right, but it was about combating climate change, which is I think what the ultimate loss of human life that we should all care about.
I don't care.
But anyway, so they arrived, they flew in on hang gliders, and they killed a bunch of people who
and they made a bunch of memes to celebrate and drag the women that they raped through the streets and things like that.
They did.
Yeah, fuck Hamas.
And going back to my original
all
question.
Bad guys.
Going back to my original, yes.
Stop fucking turning it all into we're all the same bad people.
Going back to my original point.
I've done I'm not as bad as a Hamas fighter.
No, don't. I'm sorry. Is that what I just did? Then I apologize. Israel's fucking worse. Israel's worse. I'm sorry. Don't worry. I'll put levels to this shit for you. Israel's worse.
You know, I low-key even agree with you.
Sorry.
I low-key even agree with you.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I don't know if Israel to Hamas, no. But
no.
Israel,
look at your chat and disagree. Look at your chat and disagree.
Like, I don't care about
my chat.
Fucking Zionist talking points. All right, hold on. Go ahead, Latcher. Finish your point. Then we'll wrap things up.
Okay. So
it's all
Hamas.
midnight. I have no chat either.
Hamas attacked on October 7th, and I don't think they made any effort. I actually agree with Hunter. They probably did target the civilians. They didn't make any effort to distinguish at the very least. They killed, and you're right, made social media memes. They were high on Captagon, which is a Syrian stimulant that essentially robs you of your ability to empathize and turns you into, it's often used by soldiers because it turns you into a killing machine. In fact, Syria, before the fall of the regime, was one of the state leading producers of Captagon and provided that to Hamas to carry out Captagon.
I don't know if that is. I'm sorry.
So Captagon, it's a little bit less known, but it's a drug that's very popular in the Middle East. And it was manufactured by Syria, and it's still manufactured in some areas. And it is a stimulant that is known for its use in military operations because it robs the user of like empathy. It turns them into sort of like kind of mindless, hyped up killing machines, sort of like Hitler's meth, right? A little bit.
Yeah.
Kind of same idea. And so you had these troops that were high on Captagon that attacked civilians and massacred them, made no effort whatsoever, I think, to distinguish between the civilians and the military at the very most generous. And when they fire their rockets, they make no effort to distinguish between military and civilian targets. To me, this activity is most reflective of a terrorist organization, as opposed to an organization that at least tries to
Israel
target military operations.
Are we talking about Israel or
military assets?
Because I would agree with America, not Israel.
Lactoid, you just think that because they're white.
Before we move on from Israel, if you agree, I'm going to meet you. I'm going to meet you where I can meet you. Do you at least agree that America then?
Yes, America. I just said it. Yeah, I agree.
So we agree that America is less terrorist than Hamas.
Less.
Maybe, I'll leave you to Israel. If you want to say Israel,
directly terrorist than Hamas.
I'll take any win that can get here. Sure, I'll do it.
Well, don't
if
take
you
the
agree with
win.
me that Israel is
I can't agree to that. I'm not going to agree to that.
Okay, well then fuck you. Then fuck you. And fuck everything else. No. Israel is the most terroristic of all of them. Yes,
True.
That I'll have to say it. Now, if we're gonna rank them, right? I'd probably say Israel. I'd probably say America, and then I'd probably say Hamas, because Hamas literally does not have the reach. It doesn't have the reach,
to do much.
The amount of damage, right? The damage that the U.S. has done over centuries, right?
Yeah, but when they get the opportunity, what kind of damage does Hamas do?
No, hold on. I can understand. I agree with you with incentives. You're saying if they incentives can drive them if they had the power, right, to do horrible things. Agreed, right? Sure, but that also means that right now, they should have America, under those incentives, are doing the horrible things.
Sorry, not to be that liberal, but the aesthetics do matter. The aesthetic, like the fact.
What are the aesthetics of us doing what we're doing in Iran? Then, wait.
I know. I just fucking like to. I like to drop that in there.
So for Iran, for as much as the diaspora wants to sing and dance about their people dying and getting bombed, what do you think the people of on the ground feel? Do you feel like, oh, America's trying to avoid civilians and trying to do you think how do you how do you think they're like, oh, this is state sponsored terrorism? There's a separation. How do you think the people on the ground outside of America feel? Outside of the people who get to categorize the terrorists as terrorists, right? We never look at the outside parties.
How do I think the
Iranians feel as they're getting bombed now, as their streets are literally on fire?
The targets that what's it called when you we just said the word
collateral damage or whatever.
Collateral damage, yeah. The people who got hit with collateral damage feel.
No, the country, the people on the ground as they're getting bombed, right?
Right. So collateral damage.
We're calling collateral damage. They probably call it terrorism.
I agree.
Yeah, but we are targeting military sites, right? That is what we are trying to do here.
Once again, the streets of Iran are fire. We can say we're targeting military.
Yeah, we're not saying here's a music festival. Let's go in there and kill and rape them. That is not what America's doing.
Okay. Listen. You can conspiracy theory all you want.
Wait, where's the conspiracy?
There in the most secure part of the Middle East, in the most secure nation with the highest technology and the highest.
You're the one doing the conspiracy theory.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
1 second.
It just so happens that the gates were wide open and there was no fucking military.
I gotta go. They broke.
I got family.
I don't know.
okay.
All right. Thanks, Fabian.
You can call it conspiracy theory all you want, but the conspiracy theorists have been proven right a lot lately. So I mean,
he's
I don't know.
Not a conspiracy theorist, but the conspiracy theorists have been proved right.
Listen. I mean, okay. Take it with a grain of
salt. I know.
You can dismiss it. You can dismiss it, but then they explain to me why none of the military was around to fight.
So
you can explain that.
They weren't prepared.
I actually agree with Lactoid. I agree with Lactoid on that narrow point, and that like as far as I know currently. Then again, I don't know. Okay, sorry. One
the most secure nation in the Middle East. What are you talking about?
So I'll say what I agree with Lactoid on. I agree that like as far as I know, the U.S. isn't targeting civilians. As far as I know, right? I agree there. However, right in Iran. But we've just for months watched as the U.S. military did target civilians in the Caribbean, right? Like blowing up those boats, right? That's what they did.
The drug boats?
And it was fucking horrific.
The fucking drug boats.
The
thing that they provided no evidence for, not even wouldn't even matter. But there
was that terrorism?
Targets any which
yes,
way,
it was.
one way or the other. Even they were
cool. The state did terrorism.
Right?
Yes.
Thing,
all right, cool.
Like the fact that it was a fucking
he just admitted the state.
One of the most.
My understanding is that intelligence, our intelligence, associated all of those boats with narco
Not that one. No, that doesn't matter, right? Those are still even drug dealers are still civilians, correct?
If they're part of a narco terrorist organization, then they're part of a terrorist group.
Now they're part of a terrorist organization. See that word?
This is why we
have
this fight.
We've designated them as an enemy, and now it's a military action.
But no, oh my God.
They're not civilians anymore because we designated them as
the word
yes, this is hold on. Yeah, if you're an Iranian truck and you're shipping guns to Hamas and we blow up the truck, yeah, you might not be a combatant, but you're part of an organization.
Yeah, when Iran says death to America, they're right for it, because why wouldn't they?
Once again, there's been no evidence presented that they were drugs, right? That they had drugs. That we have all the evidence that we have publicly available points to them being fishermen, right?
No.
Hold on. You guys are both retarded. You guys are both retarded.
Even if they were, it doesn't matter because they're not like soldiers. They weren't military targets, even right? Now say, if you put drugs in the community. Oh, then hold on, right? So
bomb the CIA is that the next
deliver drugs into America.
I know where your mind is going at all times, Prem.
Why don't we bomb the cartel?
I know you. Yeah. But yeah, I saw it coming from a mile away.
Why don't we bomb the cartel?
So the CIA did that to America. So then
we have not designated the CIA as a narco-terrorist.
Why don't we bomb the cartel? Why don't we bomb the cartel?
Lactoid, how do you feel about that?
Probably be justified. We could probably be legally justified in bombing the cartel.
But why don't we? Why haven't we?
Shut the fuck. How do you feel about the double tab? Lactoid, how do you feel about the double tab? All reports suggest, regardless of how you feel, that there were essentially just two people on a submerged boat that was flipped upside down, and we attacked them anyway. That is a war crime. Given that's a war crime. Do you find that abhorrent? Do you find it abhorrent that the U.S. military engaged in such action?
Assuming that happened, yeah, it's awful.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Shouldn't have done that.
Cool.
Okay, great. All right, I'm gonna leave things here. I'm gonna give you all an outro, right? So you guys can get in your last licks. Yeah. A vigorous discussion, it turned out, no matter what. But no, I actually want to thank everyone and Scott too, even though he's not here. For these conversations, right? My original topic didn't quite hit with you all, and that's okay, right? It happens. But with this amazing group, right, we can always find something to yell at each other about. So you got my blood pressure up, and that sounds like a successful prime guy debate. So shout out to all you guys. You guys are fantastic. Shout out to anyone watching. Consider following the channel. I haven't done so already. No matter which channel you're watching on, be it Twitch, YouTube, or Kick. Follow us. Be big help. We consider supporting the channel somehow. Sponsoring. Oh, sponsoring, I guess works.
You should sponsor. Yes.
You should sponsor. Yeah, you should sponsor by subbing is what I was trying to say. Or like become a YouTube member or anything like that. Super chats, all that. So very, very helpful. So I'll give an outro to all these amazing individuals. And again, thank you all for being fantastic. So we'll start with Lactoid, right? Possibly future lawyer for the DOJ, maybe. Lactoid, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to further sort of maybe make that less likely, but I'm going to offer a little bit here of a concession. I don't really see it much as a concession because it really wasn't a debated point, but I will say this. I think a very credible statement can be made in criticism of Israel. I think a very credible statement can be made that when you take a look at the civilian to military casualty ratio in Gaza, it is extraordinarily higher than almost every other conflict in modern history. It is by magnitudes greater than the Ukrainian war. It's larger than any war that America's been involved in. Any war that America's been involved in. You quite literally have to get into like very specific battles of like in Albania during the Kosovo wars in order to start seeing ratios that actually go higher. But if you look, the overall of Bosnian wars are actually, Bosnian and Balkan wars in that time period are actually, even those, despite all the allegations of genocide from various warlords, even those civilian to military casualty ratios are lower. So I think you can look at that and say, you know, at the very least, this war has been conducted recklessly. I think that's fair. I think that you can look at that and say that's a fair criticism, and that you know, I think Israel has in large part scaled back, at least when it comes to Gaza. And you could say that's a good thing. And I do think it's a good thing because, I mean, looking at the overall death toll, it's pretty crazy. And so I do think people are right to be concerned about that because they are humans too. If you liked what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Spoxon. Hey, haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're doing well. And send a super sticker for one. I've been looking at it. I don't know what it is either. I hope it's something I can show. It's on YouTube, so it shouldn't be a problem. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know what it is. It's a person? It's a woman? I don't know what it is. It's not clear what it is. Okay. Hope it's not a problem. Thank you for the slightly less than £1, one British pound, and super sticker. You know what? I'm sure I'm not the only one. Look, the British pound looks like the euro to me, right? Like I think, like I look at it, looks like an E to me, and I think euro in my head. Am I the only one who makes that mistake? Okay, maybe
the lion doesn't bother himself with European currencies.
Okay,
isn't the British pound worth more than the US dollar?
It oftentimes is.
Probably.
Yeah. Thanks so much for the kindness. Let's go to our friend Corey.
I do appreciate that, you know, on these panels, we can always talk about IP, and that can be either intellectual property or Israel-Palestine. Okay, they both work. And I was convinced by Lactoid and Scott, where I agree with Lactoid, war crimes are bad, and that yes, water is wet and the sky is blue. And I was also not convinced with the arguments also in regards to, I actually like the topic. I think there was a lot to explore there, but maybe sometime in the future. But you can find my Twitch.
Thank you, Corey.
You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 94, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, TikTok. It's Corey Campbell, Ali, Doobie, Hunter, Lactoid. Always a pleasure, and always a pleasure, Scott, and love you, Prime.
Prime is great at picking topics, so I think we can all agree on that one. All right, let's go to our friend Hunter. Hunter, thanks for coming.
Hi,
thanks for being a liberal, good at agitating me. No, it's good. You're actually fantastic. You're fantastic for content. So I seriously,
no problem. So I do want to apologize for getting too harsh on your topic, but it seems like it was right that we pivot in other directions because I feel like it was a livelier conversation elsewhere. But I hope I didn't hurt your feelings at all. I want to say, Lactoid, we got to do a what is a woman debate sometime. I've been wanting to do that. I know it's way out of topic, but like linguistics is my fucking jam, and that's
sure.
I love that shit.
Is that the same as well?
No, I don't want to. I'm really down to have that conversation.
I don't want to cut off your closing, but I actually had my mind changed on this topic somewhat recently, and so I'd be interested to talk
Oh,
to you
dope!
about
I would. Yeah, we should do that.
Or
There was another topic.
overall, right?
Huh?
I'm not. Finish your
Oh,
quote.
linguistics overall. Hell yes.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm a big, I got my degree in philosophy of language, and I'm really into that stuff. Also, economics is anyway. Hunter E. Kozak at Twitter and TikTok and YouTube. I'm making a bunch of YouTube videos lately, and TikTok is always popping, and I'm on Twitter and stuff like that. Follow me anywhere you are.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Hunter. Let's go to our friend Doobie.
Hi, I'm Doobie. You can find me on discord.gg/politics. Yeah, there you go.
Appreciate you. And finally, our friend Ali.
Fuck Israel, free Palestine. You can find me on TikTok at My Cousin Ali and on YouTube at Project Socio. Thanks for having me, Prime.
Absolutely.
Hopefully you have someone to raid into already.
Looks like Ali also knows me. It's like fuck. No. I got one. Hold on. Princess Price something. Sweet. In her tags, right? It says English, which is helpful. ADHD, chatty, e-girl, and then also girl.
Nothing but Arabic in the chat.
Brat and goddess. Okay, all right. So
Arabic in the chat. Arabic in the chat.
Fun. Arabic in the chat. Yeah. Let's. She looks like someone else I've seen. I don't know. Maybe she just got an Instagram face. I don't know. But we're gonna rate her. Hopefully this will work, and all you guys can have a good time over there right now. Okay, rate is successful.
But yeah, Hunter, I'm down.
Guys.
Yeah, let's do it.
Have that
I'll hit you up.
topic.
Let's do it.
Like,
is there a specific thing that you want to talk about?